How we doing there, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome in. Welcome. Sorry, I am late today. Was not by design. Well, I mean, it kind of partly was. I knew I was going to be a little bit late today, but better late than never. We are good. Let's get some coffee in us. Let's get this show on the road. I have been up hours already, but, you know, IRL gets in the way sometimes. Time to sit down, drink some coffee, play some video games, though. Woo! Yes. I have sort of casually been able to chip away at a few things. I've actually checked my auctions already this morning, so we're not going to do that first thing today. Conclusion being that it's still kind of spicy on the sales at the moment. Across 22 realms, I think I only had somewhere in the region of like 10 or 15 pieces of decor sell, which is kind of showing that even when you're doing cross realm, the no cancel scan, no sale thing is really starting to kick in. But we'll see what happens. I'm not willing to throw huge amounts of time or effort at it at the moment. But we did still sell some stuff, so yeah, I can't really complain, if I'm honest. It's just definitely slower than it was in, you know, the last short while. 500 or so thousand in the last day. Now, of course, that is going to include some of yesterday's sales. Ignoring that, though, sold a few bits and pieces. The frustration for me is the biggest sale was actually a random pet that I sold. Invertebrate oil. I have no idea where this came from, but I managed to sell one of those for 150k, so GG. Don't mind if I do. Sale's a sale, but excluding that, it was about 350,000 gold. Not a huge amount at all. So the quantity of sales, unless I'm willing to sit and repost my auctions 2 or 3 times a day, it's getting a bit scary, a little bit scary. But as I mentioned, I don't mind too much because I am actually now in profit. So I'm you know, I don't mind taking my foot off the gas a little bit. It was a good little experiment for a week though. Definitely a lot of fun for a week. Spent nearly 6 million gold on decor though, which is kind of scary. Risked 6 million to make 8. I mean, profit's profit though, so I'll take it. But that's not really my focus so much today. I don't think we're going to put too much more focus on the decor as like a big showcasey stream kind of thing. I will relist my auctions as I do, but we'll get back to some more standard stuff. Whether we run around collect some more decor today or whether we jump on the beta, I'm not 100% sure. Do need to do some stuff on the beta though, mind. There's been some updates that I'm aware of, but believe it or not, I'm still chipping away at stupid blacksmithing knowledge. I've tried to fire through my old DMs and see if I could find out where it was I spoke to the author of this little week aura. I'd be really intrigued to see if they have any plans to turn it into an add-on. I think the Goblin community as a whole would be really happy to see this week aura turned into an add-on. Going to be sad if there's not. I mean, this has been just like mwah, chef's kiss for the entire expansion, to be honest. From the early days of figuring out how the catch-up system worked to, well, to this very day, giving a easy to digest idea of what knowledge points are available and where you can potentially go get them has been super useful. Love it, love it. Oh, the craft queue's here. Any goodies? Sack those off, they're too expensive. Shopping list for that. I get... Oh, flip, that was not the button I meant to press. Oh, you know what I bet I haven't done, have I? I haven't done a proper Discord ping, have I? Let me do that in a minute. It didn't cost a lot to get these patron orders done. Yeah, the best thing about this for me is it's kind of per character based, meaning you can just log on to that character and very quickly and very easily see what it is you got to do, and it doesn't require you to particularly do anything. I know some people have used like spreadsheets and other things to kind of keep track of what they need to do, but that always requires you to like be updating it every time you do something. That becomes a real ball ache eventually, especially later in the expansion where you're just chipping away at the sort of the final bits and pieces. Not sure somebody else would take up the mantle in the end. It's unlikely to be me, intimidated by that level of functionality. No, I mean that's understandable. There's no pressure. Where there is a need, somebody will turn up and do something about it. That's nearly the case every time, so it's fine. Kind of looking forward to a bit of an add-on purge. I tend to do this at the end of every expansion, where I just, not entirely, but for the most part, I'll delete my entire list of add-ons and we just start again when the new expansion launches. Because, and this time round, more than ever, it's going to be useful to maybe do a mini purge. Open the floodgates to some new stuff to step in. Bunch of blacksmithing knowledge, all the same. I'm still technically a million miles away in armor smithing from actually finishing it, but I'm just stacking the points up now. What is it? It's 25 points for each speciality node. I mean, everywhere else is full. This is going to feel a lot like the War Within, that I'm probably never going to actually finish this. I don't think I did the same in Dragon Isles. I don't think I ever finished the outer nodes. Oh, I nearly did. Oh, I got much further in Dragonflight, apparently. I got much further in Dragonflight. I'd filled out most of the outer nodes. Didn't quite go back for the last 10, 20, 30, 32 points it looks like I'm missing. Yeah, never quite got there. And Dragon Isles Enchanting, I think I had it. I must have had everything for this. I think Blacksmithing was the only one I didn't actually finish. Let's get a couple of other characters quickly sorted. Deleting weak auras is going to be... Yeah, it's going to be a wild one, isn't it? It's going to be odd to not have it. Let's do a proper thing. I also spotted, I was looking into a little bit more of the collecting decor stuff. The upgrading your class hall to like level 8 or something takes, if I understand it right, somewhere in the region of 30 to 35,000 order hall resources per class. That is an outrageous amount. I don't think I even have enough order hall resources. I mean, fair play, they're warbound transferable, mind, but I don't think I have enough to just even get one finished. Never mind every class. So I've quite heavily slammed the brakes on that little adventure, because it's that's definitely going to have that's just not an afternoon of hard work. That is 6 months of being religious about it, which is, I don't even know how you farm order hall resources from Legion anymore. That's actually mental. So for anybody looking to go back and where was it? Expansion features. Anybody looking to get all of the new achievements they added in here, you are an absolute machine. Completing the class order hall campaigns you can do on Remix. You'll get a level 80 out of doing it on Remix anyway, so there's, you know, two birds. The recruit the 20 troops thing just means you got to play mission tables on a bunch of characters for a while. That will just slowly happen. Yes. Yeah, these ones down here. Research all Death Knight class hall upgrades. Research all Demon Hunter class hall upgrades. These things, that's flipping outrageous. It's genuinely a joke. I don't think I've got, like I said, I don't even think I've got enough to... I genuinely don't even think I've got enough order hall resources. I have... I have 71,000 of these in total. That's enough for maybe 2, maybe 3 classes. Apparently, I only need 163,000 of them to collect absolutely everything that I didn't collect as far as, like, ATT is concerned. To need 35,000 or so per character is actually wild. So, yeah, that's going to be a fun one. I leveled one of each class to 80. Screw the rest of the achievements. Yeah, well, obviously leveling to 80... like, I could level all of them to 80 very fast, but that's not really my main goal. The class order halls is the big one. Now, my Death Knight that I actually finished yesterday apparently has 8,500 order hall resources. So... maybe you get about a third of the way there just whilst also leveling the character, which is not too bad, but still kind of wild. I refuse to partake in the Legion Remix FOMO. Well, getting the class hall quest lines done is a easy remix side of things. The rest of it, though, is going to have to be done eventually, once upon, you know, one day. It's one of those that you just got to chip away at it. I just need to have one of every class that I log into once a day and just do some missions until it's done. And then when they're done, just delete the character. Or relegate them to some other job. But that's going to be crazy to collect all of that stuff. Especially on classes that I have no real interest in, like, properly playing. But yeah. Then there's the hidden appearances for the artifact weapons for all the classes as well. I'm hoping there's not too many of those that are, like, actually stressful to do. Yeah. Gotta get it on, apparently. I was not prepared for that, I must admit. Right, we need to do some quick work orders on this tune, though. I'm procrastinating by just chatting with you guys. Because that's never happened before. Down to 100k order hall resources. Down to 100k. I don't think I've ever had 100k. Maybe back in Legion I might have possibly, maybe, but certainly not deliberately. These done quickly. I'm not paying any attention to which ones actually give me knowledge points. I'm just doing the I'm just flat out only doing the ones that are green. If I can't do the order profitably, I'm not doing it at this point. Found out what sells nicely on my realm. Made another 500k in 1.5 days on my realm with the decor. I mean, that's good. That's good. I mean, 500k on a single realm is like, yeah, big news these days. I don't think I did 500k in total across 22 realms yesterday. In fact, I know I didn't. But of course, there is fundamentally no cancel scanning going on where I'm concerned. If you want to farm the Legion resources, look for the Blood of Sargeras quests. Every blood is 200 resources. Okay, well that might speed things up. That might speed things up a little. Is there not better things that could be done with the Blood of Sargeras though? Is there not? Is there no way to convert gold into Order Hall resources somehow? Because Blood of Sargeras can very much be put to use other places, I'm sure. Sometimes there's a world quest for like 10. Oh, well in that case, that's actually, yeah. In that scenario, that makes a difference. I'm just trying to consider ways that requires me to play the class as little as humanly possible. But yeah, that sounds like it'd work. Dogs are eating the sofa again. These dogs don't refuse to calm down today as well. Legion skinning, if you reach rank 2 with one of the skins, you have a chance to get a blood while skinning that mob type. Does the shoulder enchant still exist? Is that still a thing? I know there was a shoulder enchant you used to be able to use that would give you a chance for Blood of Sargeras as well. I mean, if these characters end up being leveled via remix and end up being relatively disposable, there's no reason I can't quickly throw on a profession if it makes the whole task much easier. New build on the beta, apparently. Yeah, there's some stuff to look at, I'm sure. We might head over there. I'm looking for a relatively chill stream today. That could tick all the boxes. $60 points nearly. Is this all I need to finish Inscription? Oh no, we've got the stupid Dark Moon sigils. Oh well, nobody cares about those. Hang on, I have a dog eating the sofa. Please hold. Distract the dogs with a toy. If you have a BIS setup for the Legion follower, you can get bonus 300 resources from each world quest. Take a while. Unless you already have it from Legion. The only character that's going to have a really well set up mission table is my main hunter. I don't really think I was very heavily playing any other class back then. My paladin maybe.
What
But Legion historically was a very fun expansion, but one expansion I played the absolute least. Doing it again. Oh. My sofa's gonna get ruined. Where did we get to with tailoring? 41 points. Let's just slam some points in cloaks. Legs and then shoulders. 19 points away with tailoring. Get there eventually. I don't know how many Blood of Sagar. I've probably got a bunch lying around on characters somewhere, to be honest. They're bind on pickup though, aren't they? So it requires me to be creative in their use. If I can turn them, if I've got Blood of Sargeras on characters that I really don't need them, I can use those to convert them to Order Hall, which is then Warbound transferable, I suppose. Is the chicken still alive, or is the chicken number... Hey, what? What chicken's this? I'm confused. That feels like one of those messages that wasn't meant for me. Oh, dog toy wise. I mean, I lose count now. The chicken I think is long gone. Yeah, the snowman has had his head chewed off. The squid has no body and is just legs. The elephant toy has lost his head and has also lost a leg. We have a fish, a gingerbread man, a tennis ball, and definitely a snake toy left. That's about it. Roll on Christmas, where they'll get a whole bunch of new toys to ruin. Roll on Christmas. Alchemy, I think he's done. Alchemy's been done for ages. Surely the Legion remix deco from the class halls and troops can be done after Legion. I mean, yeah, it can. The only reason I would use remix to chip away at it now is that if you want to do the class Order Hall campaign, the Order Hall campaign will basically get you to level 80 on that class as well. So, you know, it's another level 80, and if you don't have thousands of them already, it's probably quicker and easier to do it on remix than it is to do it on live. Unless you already have that class at high level on live, you know. It's kind of like, you can use remix if you want, but it's not needed. Oh, you added the tooltip support into Goblin Toolbox. That's cool. Yeah, that was a very close to home suggestion for me. Made a lot of sense. Only a few days ago did I need an add-on to like easily put the tooltips for items in the the item IDs in the tooltips. I haven't got the add-on switched on this character, but. Remix lets you skip the table quests too, which also saves a few days. Oh yeah, you might get sort of yeah, you might get stun locked by the table quests doing it on live. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. happily making alts on Remix, but I still refuse to make a warrior. What's wrong with warriors? The warrior community is crying right now. It's probably not because they're hard, but you know. Might be fast on retail since your tunes would be buffed already. Alright, people do it on live, people do it on Remix, whatever, I don't care anymore. Like, just either or. Don't care. You're all probably right. Talking of being probably right, I saw Soul posted a little video. He's been taking a little look at professions on the beta. I would be certainly intrigued to see what he's got to say on them. As a content creator that doesn't primarily focus on professions, but at least does the community a courtesy of paying attention to it, which is quite nice to see. Doesn't mean I necessarily 100% agree with every take he has, but that's true with most people, right? It'd be quite nice to see what conclusion he's come to after a little poke around. I saw him say a couple of times in his vids that it's great that they're simplifying professions. Well, hopefully the sentiment of simplification can act as a placebo, even if it's not really there. I'm for more people playing with the professions. For the most part, the more the merrier. Whether I agree or disagree, the fact that they've been simplified in any way, shape or form at all is irrelevant. If people out there think that they've been simplified enough to give them a go, that has to at least be a good thing, right? But I'm tempted while we get some coffee in me to have a little look at that, to be honest. Where did the video go? It was in my sub feed at some point. Are midnight professions easier? Question mark. Tempted to have a little look at this. So I'll post this in chat for those that want to drop the video a like. Give Soul a sub if you're not already. This intrigues me, like I said, from the perspective of somebody that Soul has done a good job of. Soul has always done a good job of, he plays with the professions in game. He plays the professions from the perspective of like a main character that just has two professions. But is also good enough to, do the courtesy of paying attention to them in the test phases and stuff, and does some content around them. So it'd be interesting to see changes to midnight professions and the potential impact. A beta. Well, let's see if it's more of a guide or an overview. Let's have a little bit of a look, but I'm intrigued nonetheless. Thought you meant Solheim. Solheim is a character. Oh, that's quite loud. That's quite loud. Hang on. Hang on. Let me not deafen all of you.
Hey, it's Soul, and today I want to answer the following question. Are professions easier to manage in Midnight? The answer is not as simple as we'd like it to be, but it's an important foundational discussion that'll also serve as the starting point to introducing you to professions in Midnight. This is an intermediate guide that assumes you have at least elementary knowledge of how professions have changed in the past few expansions, and it's the first in a series of deep dives, which will refer back here for some of the big fundamentals. Please like this video, subscribe for more WoW coverage, and catch me where I'm live. We start with the big changes going into Midnight. Gathered materials now only have 2 ranks of quality. We're talking about herbs and ore, skins and cloth and enchanting materials. The
Two
other change,
qualities,
consumable
check.
crafts like potions, gems, and enchants, those will also be reduced to only 2 quality ranks. A lot of folks are happy with this change. I often hear about how juggling 3 ranks of quality has been pretty cumbersome. During Dragonflight, rank 1 materials and consumables were they were kind of worthless and unneeded, and in the War Within, despite changes, the outcome didn't look that much better. That and it took up that much more inventory space. So with only 2 ranks, players get that relief. But this change also causes a ripple that turns into waves that might turn into trouble for the market in the long run, but I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. These 2 changes have
I do
greatly
kind of agree with him,
simplified
though.
the bulk of professions.
Okay, I'm not going to be a pause Andy so much in this video, I swear. It's only an 8-minute video. I cannot stretch this out to take an hour. But one thing that was very interesting to me about the quality change was that it was a change that nobody asked for, which is a bit odd. The only time I saw people really complain about quality was that they didn't want quality to exist. People either understood the quality and they understood what it did and what it offered and what it allowed players to do, which was sort of, keep themselves ahead of the pack a little bit at the beginning, and it allowed there to be some sort of stepping stones in your some sort of level of progression, at least with the crafted goods, to what you could craft. You would probably try and rush very quickly to be able to craft the rank 2 stuff and then slowly chip away at getting everything that you needed so that you could start guaranteeing the quality 3 things. But it kind of gave you something to do on that journey. There's the risk turning up already with material qualities, I think, that if high quality stuff, e.g. both materials and end product crafted goods, becomes too easy to get, the entire system just falls flat on its face really goddamn quickly. And that's my major concern. My major concern so far is I think the entire crafting market could crash incredibly quickly, because it requires some pretty precise balancing to how and when and how many materials people get. And if high quality materials end up being too easy to come by, the entire system crashes and burns in like 2 weeks, which could be really frustrating to see for some of us.
At midnight, I'll demonstrate how by defining 2 kinds of crafters, the concentration crafter and the mass crafter, as I'll call them.
Good, he's gone
They've
this
been around
route.
since the War Within, but now we can make much clearer distinctions and simple guidelines to follow.
Yes, this makes
Let's
a big
start with
difference.
The mass crafter. The mass crafter's goal is to be able to make lots of rank 2 potions, enchants, weapon stones, whatever. The mass
When he means rank 2, he means high quality, by the way, the top tier stuff.
crafter relies on rank 2 materials and max level tools and the specialization to make more of the thing than anyone else can, and that's how they get the advantage in the market. Early on, they'll specialize deep into whatever is the most profitable thing until they eventually master everything. Now, this is familiar territory, and where a lot of the friction for gamers happens. Even now, it's not uncommon to hear gripes over how long it takes to max out levels, or the horror of specializing the wrong way, and so on. Now, it's still
It's
there
only a
for
horror
pro
when you get it
crafters to
wrong.
figure out, and it's there for someone like me to help guide you through once we start getting into the deep dives. As a concept,
What are you doing, dog? Solo, get down, please. Solo, alas. Alas. Solo. Down. Dog doesn't understand any languages. Solo. Alas. Down. Down. And on this day, not a single word was listened to. Sorry, back to the video.
the concentration crafter was new to the War Within, but it has a distinct identity in Midnight. A
Well, that lasted about 4 seconds, didn't it? 4 goddamn seconds. Oh, we'll watch the video and then I'll sort the dogs after.
concentration crafter is actually discouraged from using high-level materials. They don't need max skill or tools to make decent crafts. In the War Within, those crafters still needed to skill up to a certain level to make rank 2 crafts naturally, and then use concentration to make it into a rank 3. From how things are looking on the beta right now, at midnight, as soon as you learn a recipe, you can use concentration to immediately make it into its best version. Now, this is a very big deal in favor of accessibility.
The only thing that this screenshot should also... Oh, well, he has kind of put any material quality will do. We haven't got quality 1. We've got no quality 1 materials on the beta for testing with. We can only get quality 2 stuff, so it does mean that some screenshots are going to have high quality materials where, under normal circumstances, you don't actually need them. Yeah, so literally you could just load up your Alchemist without doing anything whatsoever, not even leveling it, not picking up a tool, not doing anything. All you need is a vial that you get from a vendor and 6 Tranquility Bloom, and then, hey presto, once every couple of days you can make a stack of 5 Silver Moon health potions at max quality. This is partly one of the reasons why I think that with the amount of alts out there, there is possibility for markets to crash very quickly. Very quickly. There's going to be high quality goods posted on the auction house within literally minutes. There's no delay. There's no front loading of effort. No nothing. Right, I've got to make a big bang because I have to break my chocolate orange. Please hold. There we go. Puppies are stubborn for sure. Oh, well, as long as they're not actually eating anything, it's fine. Standard chocolate orange. Standard one today.
Thanks to concentration, effectively all rank 2 crafted consumables can be reimagined as like doing daily cooldowns, almost like day 1 of a character's crafting career. In fairness, these crafters will need to play with specializations just enough to learn the desired recipes, as well as farm up the specialized acuity needed to buy.
Think about how many recipes, though. Think about how many recipes, if we just go back a screen there. Think about how many recipes you're going to be able to pick up, like from the auction house, or that don't come deep within spec trees. There's theoretically going to be a lot of stuff that is just like instantly going to exist at high quality. Now, sure, there'll be a limit to the amount of it that can be produced, but the other thing I would point out is that for Season 1 of Midnight, we've got early access, then we've got that first full week until the season starts, so that's the best part of 10 days. 10 days before the season starts, and this time round, we're getting a heroic week before the mythic launches. So it's going to be like almost 3 weeks before demand like really properly kicks in, I think, to like its peak. Within that period of 3 weeks, there's going to be the opportunity for an awful lot of high quality stuff to be, you know, slowly produced. And, you know, think about these people who have got 50 alts, 100 alts. They need to do nothing. Absolutely nothing. All they need to do is log that character in, get that character to the trainer, pick up Midnight, and get the recipe. So the second they've got the recipe, they can start churning out, if needs be, huge amounts of high quality stuff with that concentration. So yeah, it's going to change just how quick everything happens pretty heavily.
As well as farm up the specialized acuity needed to buy other recipes. The potential of scaling the operation to mass produce items with alts, it's more than possible. This is thanks to how much World of Warcraft has leaned into making leveling alts so much easier. That's not changing in Midnight when there's going to be another Warband experience bonus, but for concentration crafters, well, they only need to be level 78 to get started. Again, this isn't a new thing happening. Folks could do this now in the War Within using an army of alts, but setting up the production line was a lot more costly. For example, wanting to make a specific gem cut or enchant, it was locked behind a specialization or an acuity cost. It might have taken a bit of extra time and resources because they needed more skill points, or they needed to spend some extra resources to craft a tool or something. At Midnight, though, you learn the recipe, you're good to go, and you can move on to the next alt and repeat the process.
Soul's little screen here is probably more useful than what he actually said there. That the main significant cost to setting up a concentration character in the War Within was that you had to be able to guarantee a quality 2 craft first. Which was why, even with enchanting, you would feel that you had to level your enchanting up to at least sort of skill 50 for the most part. There was cheesy ways to get the knowledge points, but you still had to do that all the same. And this was so that you can put enough points into certain areas to get enough skill in that certain craft to be able to guarantee quality 2 so that your concentration can do the rest of the work. All of that busy work, completely gone. Completely gone. The very second you get the recipe, you throw some normal materials at it, hit concentration, and boom, you're making high quality stuff super quickly. There's going to be so much more of it knocking about way before anybody really wants or needs it as well, which will be the problem for season 1. But are most recipes like the cut still locked behind a lot of knowledge, or have the recipes from the trainer now haven't done the professions on beta? It's split like it is always. You'll get a basic selection of recipes from the trainer whilst leveling the profession. But then, you will more often than not have to unlock a node to get a certain recipe, or there'll be recipes that you have to farm up or buy off the auction house. That it's split. There's no one single rule to say exactly how it works. But I've also looked into, in quite some detail, what recipes I think are going to be concentration focused recipes, where a crafter's going to want to spend their concentration for the most bang for the buck. Soul's example back here of a Silver Moon health potion, for example, whilst in theory this concept exists, it's not really something that you're going to use concentration on because it's going to be worth so little for you to do it, right? So in this scenario, your 333 concentration is only actually saving you the cost of 6 herbs. Now, herbs we've already established are going to be very heavily farmed at the beginning. It doesn't take you more than an hour or 2 before you start seeing high quality herbs exist. The likelihood is that the difference between a normal quality and a high quality herb, even when you multiply it by the 6 needed, isn't going to really give you that much gold for that 300 concentration outside of maybe day 1, possibly. But who on day 1 is really going to need high quality health potions? This is why you've got to kind of balance the rest. You've got to look at the recipes and decide, is this something? Craft Sim does all of that work for us right now. Craft Sim does all the work. You do a recipe scan and Craft Sim just shows you, boom, craft this. This is your best concentration, best gold per concentration. But the recipes that I think crafters are going to pay attention to, where's my notes for this? I shared this with K-Chak on his stream the other day. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Yeah, so the best concentration builds. Within each profession, I've had a little bit of a look at where people might look at spending their concentration. And the reality is there isn't actually that many recipes that have the chance to really spin you much profit from concentration in the first place. But once again, it's things you'd expect. There's a bit of money maybe in alloys, the actual cuts for jewel crafting. Enchanting has been quite heavily nerfed because it only gives you a 70% refund on ingenuity proc now. So you're going to stack resourcefulness to get as many materials back each craft. But there's still lots of different, pretty much everything with enchanting is viable again. Tailoring, maybe the spell threads, but you're going to want the good spell thread recipe, which probably comes from the raid boss. And the cooldown bolts is going to be reasonable, maybe, but once again suffers from the same scenario that there's only a 50% refund on concentration. Vantus Rune, maybe if they add more mats to it. But the point here is that the short list of recipes that you could potentially use concentration on is actually quite small. there's not going to be much value in concentration if there's not a big saving to be had if all of the materials end up being too easy to get your hands on. But yeah, the material quality is going to have quite a big impact, is the TLDR.
Leveling alt so much easier. That's not changing in Midnight when there's going to be another Warband experience bonus, but for concentration crafters, well, they only need to be level 78 to get started. Again, this isn't a new thing happening. Folks could do this now in the World Within using an army of alt, but setting up the production line was a lot more costly. For example, wanting to make a specific gem cut or enchant, it was locked behind a specialization or an acuity cost. It might have taken a bit of extra time and resources because they needed more skill points, or they needed to spend some extra resources to craft a tool or something. In Midnight, though, you learn the recipe, you're good to go, and you can move on to the next alt and repeat the process. Which brings up a concern. It's not a doomer conclusion, but it's a concern over just how much these concentration crafters can scale their operations. Once upon a time when daily cooldowns were a static thing, folks like tailors and alchemists, they weren't able to scale their productions up very easily because each alt had to level their profession from vanilla all the way to wherever it was they needed to go.
Not to
They could
mention you
get
needed
there,
the
but
alts
it
in
was
the first place.
time-consuming and potentially not worth it depending on their realm. These days, folks can pluck from one of their many Legion remix characters and just be a few steps away from being part of the production line, slamming cooldowns and then posting things on the region-wide auction house. So I wonder about basic crafts like, say, healing potions. One person can make a bunch of alts and mass produce these every day or two with low-level materials. So how does that compare to the specialized potion master? We're doing some basic theorizing here, but I speculate high-level healing potions are probably not the best path to profit for that kind of crafter, and they would instead
Yep.
put more focus on cooldown pots. This is under the assumption that market will be less competitive. Now again, this is just an example. I don't know the alchemy numbers for sure yet, but it can potentially feel kind of unfair to have a bunch of alts specialized at different things or one thing to emulate the efforts of a mass crafter. I'm also concerned that because of the accessibility, just how high will the demand of rank 1 materials be? If concentration crafting really is that good, and rank 1 materials are constantly being sucked up by these multiple alts, the difference in cost of material ranks, it might be too close for comfort. In the
Yeah, so yeah, Sol's making a good point there. Like, what will probably happen is the value of these two material qualities will actually come quite close together. Because if this is the big if, put this in, inverted commas, this is the big if here. If the concentration alt army becomes so prominent of a thing, which we can clearly see it becoming, the main consumed materials by those players will be the quality 1 materials. Now, this will create great demand for the quality 1 materials, helping to stabilize the price of them. But then, if there is not that many mass crafters, because it's simply not worth the time or the effort to do such, the high quality materials comes down. And then when you get those two material qualities getting close together, look at what's happened with leatherworking this expansion. The leatherworking has absolutely zero value for most players in terms of like crafting because the material prices are like basically identical. Meaning that why would you ever not use quality 3 materials? And then you don't need anywhere near as, you don't need anywhere, concentration can't save you anything if there's no difference between those materials. Concentration works really well today, especially with enchanting, because quality 3 dust and shards and crystals are hard to come by, and there is only so many people so far that have enchanting alts churning out enchants every single day. So the quality 2 price is still quite a lot lower than the quality 3 price. Then removing one of the qualities completely shifts everything down a notch. So then, what quality 2 being the basics right now, high quality stuff in Midnight is not going to be overly difficult to come by. Unless they manufacture it to be deliberately very, very scarce. But from what we've seen on the beta so far, that's not their intention. High quality materials can be come by just as easily as like quality 2 materials today are. So there's a real risk that the price of the materials, whether it be normal quality or high quality, comes really close together. And if it comes close enough, you lose all of your profit margin with concentration. So it makes the whole market really odd. But the reality of that will end up being that everything just starts to tank in price.
War within, the difference in cost between rank 1 and rank 2 materials, it's kind of marginal, with rank 3s being at least a bit more valuable. I'm not a great numbers guy, but I want to share the concern that if done incorrectly, Midnight could result in a small difference in price between ranks and materials again, which probably isn't intended. If that happens, it could mean mass crafting as an approach has very little value for the time and energy spent, which would effectively ruin the whole point of specializations, at least for consumable crafts.
It
Gear
works
crafting is still
negatively in
separated from
both
this because
ways.
as of now, there are still 5 ranks of quality, and those crafters still need sufficient skills and tools to max out a craft even with concentration. In the deep dives, I'll be looking at each profession and I'll point out the specialization builds, but I'll emphasize that specializations are mostly for mass crafters, as well as gear crafting, which again is going sort of unchanged. And I'll point out recipes that are accessible early on, at high levels, ones that are locked behind specializations and currencies and so on for the concentration crafters. I hope to make those kinds of distinctions for those particular audiences so they don't get lost learning about things that might not concern them, and I feel that helps a lot to simplify professions, in that depending on your playstyle, there's a much clearer and easier path to follow. A concentration crafter is basically everyone who is not a mass crafter. And not to say you just need to access recipes and you're all done. Over time, those crafters can get skill points and do the document fair stuff or whatever to effectively reduce the amount of concentration needed for a craft and thus shorten their cooldowns. And I think that's pretty cool. And that's the guide. Please like it if it was helpful. Subscribe for more WoW coverage.
I think one of the greatest issues I see is that people don't realize that they fit into a category. Throughout the War Within, I still think to this day, most people who've tinkered with professions have no idea what concentration is, does, or that it even exists. Only people who are really trying to look deep into their professions and figure out how to make some coin right now have realized that, well, these other 12 people have mentioned this concentration build thing. What's that? You know, there's still that learning process, and I genuinely don't. I mean, I've been saying it for the entire expansion that pressing that button, your concentration button, is your make gold button. And nobody realized that their professions had a make gold button because nobody was pressing it. Everybody was complaining that the professions were useless and you couldn't make any gold with it. And it was, you know, too difficult to level up. And the knowledge point grind was gross and there was no catch-up systems and everything. But nobody really paid much attention to the fact there was a make gold button. And it's taken the entire expansion for people to figure it out. But now that a lot of people have figured it out, I wonder if, you know, people will realize that they fit into two categories. And actually, the mass crafter route, there's different ways in which you approach this as well. If you are going to look to mass craft things, you have to be very, very cautious before you go ahead and do it, of whether there will actually even be a market for you by the time you've done it. The War Within showed us very clearly that there is such thing as being too early to the party. When the War Within launched, we were, you know, myself and many other people were very, very focused on getting as much artisan security, as much knowledge points as we possibly could, going as far as doing like shuffles on the professions in order to make sure that we had as much done in our professions as fast as humanly possible. And a lot of us were able to do that at great cost, then only to find out that nobody wants anything for like another week and a half. It was great having fully min-maxed builds on it was great to be able to unlock mass crafting of high quality stuff on like day 3 or 4, but it didn't matter because nobody wanted it yet. So many people, jewel crafting was the best example of this. So many people were able to push jewel crafting to the point where they could produce quality 3 gems all day long. And then they suddenly realized nobody wants quality 3 gems yet. Why does nobody want quality 3 gems yet? Because nobody's got any new gear to put them in. And by the time that people had got the new gear and they actually wanted the quality 3 gems, the markets had, pushed down in value so far so quickly that the markets were almost to some degree done. And then what actually ended up happening was that most of the concentration alts who were doing jewel crafting were able to facilitate the demand when it turned up anyway, and it made the whole system very difficult to deal with. A few people got lucky in a few different markets, but there was plenty of gold still to be made. But the trick is going to be making sure that every day of the week at the beginning of season 1, you're able to do something efficiently that allows you to both craft and sell stuff that day, which genuinely means maybe not focusing on high quality, maybe not focusing on being that mass crafter. A combination of smart use of your concentration, but also whilst optimizing your crafting costs on everything that might be consumed now, would be a better approach, but who knows? Hear me out, increase the concentration cost curve. While some things are already ludicrous, jewel crafting already has things that could potentially take a full 1,000 concentration to craft one. So I do think I do think they've considered that. I do think they've considered having some things just cost a lot to make. If you're a mass crafter, you need a spreadsheet. That's it. Good morning. Welcome into Lock. Good morning to you. Spreadsheets will definitely help. Why those 3 days of head start means pretty much nothing, in my opinion. In the right markets, it makes a lot of difference. But you are right. Like, if there's no need to buy, there's no need for 3 days of early access if your goal is to mass produce rank 3, like, high quality gems. Because you'll have plenty of time when the game launches to get into that position for when people actually want the rank 3 gems anyway. But okay, this was more of a the only simplification aspect was really sort of talking about the quality implications. This was more of a setup video for the future deep dives. I think that Sol's probably going to look at doing in the professions as well. But yeah, it was good. It was good. It was a good overview. It was a good one of highlighting that the change in quality is a bit of a double-edged sword. And like I said, it was interesting for me. It was interesting for me that the change in quality was not anything anybody actually asked for. People really, everybody I've ever spoke to about this has basically said that they're in one of two camps. Either the 3 qualities of materials, the 3 qualities of consumables, and then the 5 qualities of gear is fine. Or the only other camp of people I'd ever really stumbled across were the people that wanted no quality on anything ever. There was never really anybody that wanted that middle ground. And I, for one, have been intrigued by their decision to step it down to only 2 qualities. And have also shared the concern that if taking one rank away means everything else is easier to achieve, then it's, in my eyes at least, it's not a positive. But we'll see. That was a good little video. Good little video. Appreciate that one. Should we have a poke around on the beta? We can have a poke around on the beta ourselves, can't we? Let's have a little looky. There was a build that went up. Oh, I need to do an update. You can't update Midnight Beta whilst World of Warcraft is running. Oh, of course not. Okay. 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 You let me update now? World of Warcraft is not running. 2 updates. There we go, that's updating. God bless fiber, that'll take about 4 seconds. Let's, are there any patch notes for this build? Be interesting to see what we might want to have a look at. 11.27 hot fixes. Let's get some tunes on the go. Player housing will have visible exterior borders in Midnight. This has been a hotly requested feature. I just get a link to the dev notes. Everything that was balked with Professions is still balked. I've already checked. Oh god, just logged on beta. They worked on Professions. Blacksmithing is now fixed. I bet they fixed the others too. literally 2 comments next to each other. Everything's still broken. Oh, everything's fixed. Well, this is my this is maybe why we need to have a little look. The patch notes are non-existent by the looks of things. Oh no, hang on. Here we go. Oh, okay. There's absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Where's MMO Champion? The only people that actually do the job properly. Plot borders, spell changes, classes. Fashions. Blacksmithing. Murder Row Fleet Feet. Name changed from Murder Row Fleet Feet to something else. Okay. Searing Alloy. Name changed from Dazzling Alloy to Sterling Alloy. They have actually picked a name now, finally. Sure. They've done a cheeky change to an enchanting recipe. Herbalism Overload Voidbound Herbs. I wonder if this was just a fix to the fact that you would lose the ability to overload every time you logged out and had to learn it again. Probably the same with the mining. And then that was it. Okay. String changes. Nothing particularly interesting. Okay, that's about it. And then we're into the new shit in the shop. A mount and transmog set that has clearly just come from BFA. They're like, oh shit, we need to sell something this month. Grab an asset from BFA. That'll do. Lovely looking moose though, mind. Lovely looking moose. Please ignore my cynical take on their choice of money grabbing tactics. Okay, right. Not too much to focus on then. Are we updated? We are. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, how's that trust? I don't know. Still think skinning the Majestic Beasts is kind of sleeper. You need a max level on the alts. Unless there is guards to kill them again. Having level 90s be necessary. I mean, that was not that different to the Majestic Beast hide in the War Within, wasn't it? You needed to be level 90 or a tank, or, you know, people were always like, oh, I could do it at 80, I could do it at level 73 on my, you know, Blood Death Knight. The point is it was designed for you to be max level. You couldn't rock up on a low level character and have success with it. But yeah, the fact that there's 3 different Majestic hides to acquire, and they're simultaneously being used in far more places. It's It is a touch of deja vu again, but there's possibility all the same. Does the change in quality also mean it's easier to get to a point of crafting rank 2 items with rank 1 mats without concentration? No, the balance of recipe difficulty for the most part is that if you want to guarantee high quality items, you are going to need all high quality materials. There are some exceptions to that rule, as there is always exceptions to the rule, but we tend to believe they're more bugs that will get fixed rather than design choices. The entire system falls flat on its face if you can make high quality things with lower quality items guaranteed, though. Leatherworking, I'm looking at you. Look at what happens look at what happens when you can far exceed the recipe difficulty. You can start producing high quality stuff using only basic materials. And if it's a multi-step craft, something like the top tier, like, you know, the leather hides and stuff, it just nuked the entire system into the ground completely. Right, is there... Probably, I don't think I'm using any add-ons anyway, particularly. Let's have a little look at jewel crafting. I bet they haven't fixed prospecting, have they? I'll just start at the top and work through them quickly. Where's my notes on this? Over here. Okay, this is our full build jewel crafter. Oh, the only add-on I was using was Blizz Move that clearly doesn't work anymore. Great. Prospecting. Okay, that's not been fixed yet. Sure. These nodes are not giving the skill to prospecting they claim to be. So there's not too much we can do with that. I do need to look at maybe seeing if they've fixed any of the profession gear. I've only been looking at crafting the profession gear on stuff that I thought like actually worked, which is why I've still got a lot of gaps in this. Okay, my jewel crafting notes were pretty straightforward. Prospecting was broken, ignore the rest. That sort of makes sense. Is there any noticeable recipe changes going on here? Kaleidoscopic prism, still using one of all of the gems and 10 of the big boy stuff. This makes it a probable use for concentration. Although it still looks like this could do with a balance, because with all high quality mats, now I know I'm missing some points up here, mind, but not missing enough to overcome that delta. That still looks like there's something missing, unless it's by design that you can't make those at high quality. Even with concentration, look, you'd only be able to... You could use high quality mats all around and you'd still only get 5 of them out of your concentration, if it stayed that way. Tailoring's fixed. Decors are going to cost over 100k each. The only doubt I have on this is the tools. They look like they're keeping the possibility to add the missive to accessories. Sounds weird, so we can stack 3 missives. Are you talking about like the epic tier profession gear? That was only very recently added. It wasn't it didn't exist for tailoring for a long time. Meaning, if they've only just added the recipes, they might not have actually tweaked or tuned or done anything with them. I don't think they want us to be able to use missives on the accessories. If so, that's something they're going to have to... that would be something they'd have to do across the board. They couldn't just implement that on the tailoring ones. That would be really weird. Yeah, all of these recipe difficulties are either broken or there's something in the spec trees that is not giving enough skill still. The only nodes I found that weren't giving the correct amount of skill were these ones though, so I'm still a bit busted with these. Still using moats on all of the gem cuts. Out of curiosity. What do we get out of these now? Got 5 flawless Haranir Peridots out of it. Is this not on a cooldown? Prisms not on a cooldown? 5 again? One of everything in plus a fuckload of dust to get 5 of the specific one you actually want out. If these don't end up being on a cooldown, this is like a mini transmute between the gem colors. The odd thing for me though is that that's never like these prisms have existed before, but they've never really ever been particularly needed because there's never... Prospecting usually generates a similar number of each gem color, and the consumption of each individual gem color is often relatively balanced anyway. So there's never really been much of a reason to spend a bunch of extra materials to convert 1 of everything into 5 of one. Okay. Basic gems are still dead on arrival. Nobody uses the basic shit. That said, they will be very cheap to produce. I'd actually go as far as to say there's a chance that these are so cheap to produce that you might craft them then to just vendor them or something stupid. That's going to be the same across the board with all of these. Amethysts always use void motes. Lapis always uses wild magic motes. Garnets always use the light motes. Big old diamonds. Big old diamonds, once again, either something is very wrong or something's not being balanced somewhere. There's no way you should be 140 points short up here. I'm missing 40 points, but where's the other 100 come from? Unless they actually intend us to only ever be able to make the diamonds with the concentration. Leaning into the concentration alt thing. Still don't know. PvP stuff, meh, who cares? It's good for the occasional work order. The rings. Oh, these are called Spark of Vanity. Ah, they're not called Spark of Beginning anymore. Spark of Vanity. Marcus Vanity Crafted. I mean, I'm still going to call them Baby Sparks. How's the crafting system such a mess? It's not like it's that far from the release date. I will remind people that we didn't have a functioning work order system until 2 weeks before Dragonflight launched. And even then it was a mess. So we got ages. We got ages. Either way, lots of moats going into the endgame crafted gear. It's where the moats go into the consumable items that has the biggest overall impact on the economy. So alchemy is probably going to be... Alchemists are going to need to pay very, very, very close attention to these moats, more so than probably anybody else. Because they're going to be consuming them at a disgusting rate. None of this appears to have been changed all that much, if at all. Inscription accessory? Well, that's an interesting twist. Replaces random stat with crafting. I just don't think that these are... I don't think that button's meant to be there for the accessories. What I would say, though, is it makes the tools an interesting game, doesn't it? Maybe we'll see if this is a thing on all of them. Because this potentially means you would then look at... yeah, that means you could triple dip. If you're triple dipping missives on your profession tools and accessories, then that means you could proper stack something. And if it's replace random stat with ingenuity, how would it choose? I mean, I guess there's only one way to find this out, isn't there? Give me some missives. Ah, who flipping knows which one has got the right stuff on it? Let's say I want a shitload of multi-craft. Can I then put... replace random stat with multi-craft, so it's meant to roll with multi-craft and ingenuity. Does it? Does it consume? It consumed the missive. Multi-craft ingenuity. 30 and 44. 30 and 44. It didn't actually change anything. Do it again. 30 and 44. I just don't think that's meant to be there. I just think the option... The profession gear is so far from finished. You know, the fact there's no Moxie on any of it anywhere. Half of them are giving the wrong expansion stuff. I think it's relatively safe to say... None of them are giving, like, skill properly even. I think it's relatively safe to say that the profession gear is just all levels of just not finished yet. 25 levels are busted. This is an interesting one, though. A lot of the epic tier stuff is using these fused vitalities. These are bind on pickup now. When these were implemented, these were purchasable off the auction house, but now these come from the abundance system and a bind on pickup. Which does mean that if you are going to want your epic profession gear, you are going to need to play the game a little bit. You are going to need to do the abundance system. Now, interestingly, the abundance system, I've not looked at it for a little while, but the abundance system seems to be predominantly set up for the purpose of gatherers, herbalism, mining, skinning, and enchanting. I know enchanting's a bit odd to put in that sentence, but it is. But this is going to mean other people are going to want to engage with the abundance system in order to get enough of the currency needed to buy their fused vitality to craft their top tier profession tools. Now, it's also, once again, very early days. What's the possibility that you then... Okay, it's the one thing that is then not needed when you do a recraft. So, I was wondering if you were going to need to continue to do them if you needed to recraft, but maybe not. And nothing changed. Kind of weird for the crafting tools to acquire them when they have no way to get them. Oh no, they do have a way to get them. They've just got to do the abundance system. But the abundance system seems to be predominantly created for gatherers. It doesn't mean that gatherers are the only people that can do it. It's just that the system is sort of designed for them. The abundance system feels a lot like a mini replacement for the Awakening the Machine system. Something that everybody could do, but, you know, not really everybody needed to do it. No, the abundance isn't gatherer only, it's just tailored towards gatherers. There's a subtle difference, right? It doesn't mean that non-gatherers can't do it. It just means that, you know, the rewards from it are more focused towards gathering professions. You can exchange the currency you make via the abundance system for little boxes of materials. It's the way for gatherers to get some of their bonus knowledge points. They get a book. Their 10 knowledge point book comes from the abundance system. So it's the abundance is tailored towards gatherers, but there's no restriction on who can use it. And this, with the profession tools looking to need the top tier epic profession tools needing these fused vitalities, is going to mean that every crafter that wants epic tools is going to need to do the abundance system at least a little bit. Could put a bit of a, you know, bit of a stumbling block on characters that just want to use their alts for professions and don't want to look at leveling them up or gearing them or doing anything. What would be really funny is if they make the abundance system a level 90 only activity. That would really throw a spanner in the works. I mean, if you want epic tools, you have to level to 90. That would be a plot twist, wouldn't it? Okay, but I can't really test too much more with Dawn crafting because prospecting still looks very broken. $24 lumber, prism, dust, vendor reagent. Oh! Oh, there's going to be some cash money in these, boys and girls. Who doesn't want, you know, fancy-ass chair and a harp in their player house? Replica mural. Some scantily clad golden statue. Sindori hourglass, that's kind of cool. No, no source on these as of yet. Where? Oh no! This is yeah. This is because I've actually already learnt them, isn't it? This is on a character that knows everything. If I was to run another character, it'd probably show me the source of where these come from. Olgy Midnight Decor's good. Yeah, they're looking pretty. This harp is looking pretty fancy. Pretty fancy. Look at the animation on the strings as well. Pretty fancy. Dust is pretty cheap to get. Yeah, the dust is. It depends how the prospecting ends up being. Dust only using stone to generate it will mean that you can basically recycle all of the old shit you don't want, which will be very plentiful. If prospecting ends up being all about hunt the diamond, all you're trying to do is hunt the diamond, you're going to end up prospecting thousands and thousands and thousands of ore in order to get the diamonds, which will produce huge amounts of like waste in the process, of which you'll be able to crush most of it down into dust to do summon with somewhere else. So yeah, I kind of half agree dust might not be too problematic. Dust got expensive in the War Within, mostly because it used ore, not the stone. It used bismuth, didn't it? So if you wanted high quality dust, you needed to be using high quality bismuth, which kept the price of like the vast majority of the price of dust was reflective of the cost of the bismuth that you had to use to crush the gems in the first place, which was silly. The yeah, this could mean that the dust is pretty easy to get and relatively cheap, or plentiful, if nothing else. Okay. Well, I'm not going to spend too much time on each profession because this is really just meant to be a bit of a catch up with what's going on with them. Let's jump on the next profession. Does the new decor still need 80 out of 100 skill? I believe so, yeah. We got a few new social recruits to our guild lately. When we asked them what they like to do, raiding, pushing, Mythic Plus, etc., most of them said they don't care about any of that. They just want to focus purely on housing. Makes me think if I should just focus on Midnight Decor when the expansion launches. As I can see from my experience, there will be a need for it. Might avoid also the massive PvP on the auction house with the consumables at launch. It's an option. I think it's just as viable an option as basically anything else at this point. My initial thoughts on Midnight Decor is that there will be absolutely no shortage of lumber. We will also be 3 months deep to the decor system at that point, so everything else within decor will have like sort of stabilized. we will sort of have a better understanding of what the quote-unquote norm and going rates for stuff is by that point. With everybody then running around midnight zones, I really don't think that midnight lumber will be hard to come by, and those that want it for decor will probably accidentally have it just by leveling their characters, doing work, doing world quests, leveling rep, all of this sort of good stuff. I don't think there's going to be any shortage of the midnight lumber, but if the other materials that go into it are valuable enough, there's room for some margin there, maybe. But yeah, it's very probable that we'll see a huge amount of people that won't really care about anything else but the decor, to be honest, from this point on. It's casual bait. It's absolute casual bait. Or mid-core. As mid-core, as Blizzard called it once. People who don't do any of the endgame stuff but still play the game an awful lot. Not quite hardcore, because you're not doing the top-end stuff, but you play the game enough to not really be called a casual. Sort of mid-core. Shatter's in, which is a good thing to see from the word go. They've learnt from their mistakes then, clearly, that not implementing this till halfway through a season was kind of crazy. You can take shards and smush them into dust, and you can take crystals and you can smush them into shards. So the conversion all the way down is possible. Resourcefulness plays a part. I would imagine the only thing that really matters with this is your base skill. Presumptive assumption. I think from a spec point perspective, the uncommon dust node is what also gives you skill towards create more dust when disenchanting uncommon midnight equipment. Okay, it doesn't say anything about the actual shattering. Bit of testing there might be worth doing. Bit of testing there will be useful, but at least it's in from day one. Meaning basically, what this basically means is that we no longer need to fish out an uncommon craftable item to disenchant. You will just make the cheapest rare piece of gear, of which there's many options in all of the different professions, I think. It will probably end up being a leatherworking set of braces or something. Will probably end up being the cheapest blue rare item to make. You will then disenchant them all initially for shards, and then you will shatter the shards into dust. So there's no real need for an uncommon item to be prime focus for disenchanting anymore. So having this shatter in from day one does alleviate a little bit of the kind of scare of dust being stupid expensive again. Still going to be fun to see just where all of the epics come from. I can't possibly for 1 minute imagine there'll be any value in shattering crystals in Season 1, but the option's there all the same. This was so heavily broken last time I looked at it. Like, so broken it gave me an aneurysm. It still looks like it's probably broken because it's only giving 50 of each stat. My napkin math came to the conclusion it should be giving at least 60. This node alone is meant to give you +2 resourcefulness per point. The last time I checked, 2 times 30 is at least 60. So this clearly still doesn't work. So, yeah, I'm going to go by the assumption that this is still very broken. Whether they need to come in and change the Spectre here or change this, I don't know. Whichever way they do it, it's still broken. Broken in terms of the fact that it just doesn't do what it says it should do, which is an element of, you know, it's just misleading. There any substantial difference in like price from the 25 and 2 and a weapon wrap, 30, 10 and 4 and a weapon wrap, plus the fused vitality. So there's a sizable amount more materials that go into the epic one. 139 of a random stat. 139 versus 101. 1% less concentration when concentrating on Kazongar enchanting recipes off the epic one. Our concentration alts, even though it's not so necessary, going to want one of these if it's cheap enough to produce. It's not going to be cheap enough, is it? Think about how much Dawn Crystals could potentially cost in Season 1. Concentration alts aren't going to have much... 1% less concentration is a bit of a meme. If it was 10%, you might get concentration alts considering it. If you could scoop, you know, because over a period of weeks, you'd squeeze out a few more enchants, which would pay for itself eventually. Otherwise, you're not going to bother. Lots of moats. Lots of shards. Oils, how are oils looking? This is one of the scenarios that will absolutely hoover up moats like you've never seen before. Each oil is going to consume a single moat. And you've got the option of either energy moats or light moats. Light moats are also heavily being consumed by alchemy, I believe. The major DPS pot. I'm starting to think that the light moat might be the one that ends up, but it comes from the first zone. It comes from Eversong Woods, which is relatively pleasant to farm in as the zones go. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Not the most difficult zone to farm in. Moats are not too difficult to come by from that zone either, but you might end up with a lot more competition in the zone. Who knows? 6 of one, half dozen of another. They have the most yield by far, though. With the overload thing, yeah, the overload thing does pop off when you spec into it. You're not wrong. So, yeah, it's a balancing act there, isn't it? Sure, they might be consumed in the greatest of quantity, but if they can also be farmed for in the greatest of quantity, then, you know, +1, -1. They've added a mini overload to every gather. Really? What do you mean? Does it pop ones out of the node like every time? Even if you don't actually overload on the node? You get 4 balls every time you gather, even if you have Oh, if you have the initial node unlocked. Oh, interesting. So if you do choose to spec towards getting more motes, you will definitely quite quickly get a lot more of them. Without that unlock, it's still 2. Okay. Well, that's a fun little change. It's odd to me that they're making, like, fine-tuning tweaks to stuff like that before they've even got the profession gear, like, right. It's like they're fine-tuning over here and they've got gaping great big, you know, holes in the profession system over here. Like, fill the gaping big holes and then fine-tune stuff. But sure, focusing on the materials is good. I've said from the word go that they've got to get the materials right or it all falls apart, so I shouldn't criticize too much. Boot enchants, lots of dust, lots of shards, crystals, random ass herbs, and a shitload of motes in every single one. Majestic claws. Majestic skinning materials being consumed in every enchant. Well, not every, but in enchants full stop. Whether it be the hide, the fin, or the claw look. So if you're going to want a chest enchant, you're going to need skinners to do their part. It looks to me like in many cases they've just exchanged one dust for one mote. So you can see on a lot of these, like, where we had been used to like 25, 35, 45, 50 dust per enchant in the War Within, which was where a lot of your profit came from, by the way, for concentration alts. It seems for the most part, you know, they've just taken 20 dust out and they've just replaced it with 20 motes instead. Which will still keep a relatively similar price to the enchants, but it directly nerfs concentration because there's no quality on motes. With there being no quality on motes, it doesn't matter what quality enchant you're making, it's going to have that base price of 20 motes in it. Meaning there is less work for your concentration to do. It's going to rise the price of normal enchants, but of course it will then lower the difference between normal and high quality enchants. Although it does also then make it, with it lifting the price of normal enchants, it does also mean crafting those is a lot more risky. Because as we know, if the price difference between normal quality enchants and high quality enchants isn't substantial, everybody just buys the high quality stuff, and it means those that make the low quality stuff get absolutely bent over because they can't sell. This is the Dragonflight, the Dragonflight issue. In Dragonflight, because everybody was relying on inspiration, sorry. Because everybody was relying on inspiration procs to get high quality stuff, people were left with huge, great big piles of quality 2 stuff, knowing full well that most people didn't want the quality 2 stuff, but they had to sell it because it cost them something to make. And so many people lost so much gold in Dragonflight. Because they couldn't sell the, you know, the surplus quality 2 stock. Less of a problem with the weapon enchants, as they seem to only want to use 5 motes apiece. Which is significantly more modest. But, you know, the flip side of that is that they're using a minimum of 2 Dawn Crystals. As many as 4, I think I saw on one of them. Oh, 3. Oddly, weapon enchants. Weapon enchants look as if they could be cheaper than things like shoulder enchants, which is kind of weird. You know, 20 dust, 10 shards, 2 crystals. 25 dust, 15 shards, 2 crystals. So a little bit more dust and a little bit more shards. But only a quarter of the amount of motes. Even if a mote is 100 gold apiece, that's 1,500 gold cheaper just here. Depends what this additional stuff costs. In essence, even still, it's going to make your shoulder enchants feel about as costly as a weapon enchant. Most people don't mind spending a bit of a premium on their weapon enchant, but spending big bucks on getting plus 52 speed, I can't see people getting overly excited about. I mean, people do it because, you know, you've got to be fully enchanted, but it's weird how the price of these could end up being very similar. And tool enchants, we're back in a world where you're using 20 motes apiece. I wonder how finished they are with these material quantities. Because it's like they've used the same formula for like everything. Everything is 20, 10, 2, 20, 10, 2, 20, 10, 2, and then either 5 or 20 motes, and then sometimes something else. Basically, every single enchant is going to be about the same sort of price. Ring enchants will be probably half the cost because they only use a single crystal instead of 2. So many more crystals being consumed, though. So many more crystals being consumed. Which is scary if there's a shortage of them in Season 1. Fucking everything. Everything is using crystals, where in the War Within we were pretty exclusively only using crystals on weapon enchants, I think. This is a big one. This makes a huge amount of difference to professions, this expansion. Being able to stack multicraft on your tools via an enchant. Ooh, spicy. All throughout the War Within. Should I put ingenuity or resourcefulness on my tool? 99 times out of 100, I'm just going to tell people to put multicraft on their tool now. If the item you're crafting can multicraft, put multicraft on your tool. That said, these aren't going to be cheap either, are they? These are as expensive as a weapon enchant. Would be 5k a piece just for your enchant on your tool. Maybe more. How are the Dark Moon deck trinkets looking? In what regards? I mean, there's absolutely no way for me to be able to tell you whether they're actually going to be any good or not yet. And the price of them is going to strongly depend on just how easy it is to get the cards. In terms of disenchanting to crystals. I think last time I looked at this, I came to the conclusion that best case scenario, you're going to be crafting the trinkets for like 3,000, 4,000 gold apiece. Which means that when it comes to disenchanting them, your high quality crystals could easily be 10k plus if that's the way that you make crystals. What are the crafting perk bags this time around? Have they added a new set? No, scrapped. Scrapped them. They went in the bin. No. Crafter bag's gone in the bin. Random mass illusions. The glamours are back again in a new form. Each using a mote and 2 pieces of dust. It's just a bit of a meh. What's the decor looking like for enchanting? Animated hammer. Doing some whacking. So I'm sure people will come up with some clever ways to use those. One thing I will say is that the decor options for Midnight, every profession is looking to have like 5 or 6 minimum to begin with, which is good variety. 8 major crafting professions. You know, let's say 6 pieces of decor for each one. That's another 50 pieces of crafted decor. I'll take that. But what it will do is hoover up, and I like stuff that does this. It will hoover up all the normal quality materials and intermediates. Animated pickaxe. An animated broom. Font of water. A floating mailbox. Here's to hoping it actually acts as a mailbox. A root campfire. Interesting. I tend to think that this will get sunk below something, and the smoke effect and the fire effect will be used by others, but more than anything else. Self-pouring wine. Very enchanty. And then a floaty book. There's a bunch of these, actually. Endless Codex of Booming Light. These look any different? Endless Codex of Nature's Grace. They all look exactly the same. I wonder if they're meant to have slightly different animations or slightly different glows or something. 20 motes, 50 dust, 10 shards, 3 crystals, 2 inks, 50 lumber. Fucking hells! These are gonna... These are spicy. Let's say a weapon enchant ends up being like 5k. Or I suppose you throw all of the cheap stuff at this, don't you? I know. I don't know. They're going to be expensive all the same. Okay. Not really much to, not really too much more to break apart with that, other than they've added shattering, which is good to see. A bit of testing will need to be done to see what the difference is between an unskilled and a fully skilled shatterer. If you're going disenchanting, you're putting points into this tree anyway. The question becomes is which ones do you fill in first? I would imagine when you're shattering shards into dust, it goes by the uncommon dust deliverer node. So your first 60 points, if you're doing disenchanting, is probably going to go into these 2 nodes. Then you pad out the rest later, I guess. Okay, what we got next? Tailoring. Lumber is warbound? Yes. Okay, so tailoring still has bright linen plus vendor mat creates linen bolt. Imbued linen bolt still just takes 2 bolts and 4 more mats. Hella boring. But that's not changed. One thing I will say is that the recipe difficulty on this stuff is still mental. Stupid high. Now, of course, this character I'm looking at has got knowledge points flipping everywhere. But some napkin math on how many knowledge points you need just to be able to make bright linen bolts at high quality guaranteed is kind of silly. A lot of work is going to need to go into tailoring to be able to get the knowledge points to be able to do all of this sort of stuff, but I'm obviously missing some points from up here, which if I were to have them would push this to the point of guaranteeing. But I still think the crafting of these bolts is relatively boring, as there's no real you buy a bunch of linen and you throw a bunch of vendor mats at it. You got four pieces of thread for each bolt. So your imbued is basically 12 silverleaf thread. 12 silverleaf thread and 2 pieces of cloth. 1 bright linen and 4 thread go into 1 bolt. 1-to-1 ratio on the bolts, cloth to bolts. 2 pieces of cloth and 12 vendor reagents to make an imbued bright linen bolt. At that point, why bother? I have put feedback in already that this needs something more to it to actually make it special in some way. Because at the moment, it's just dull. This is your single ply toilet paper, and this is your, this is your double ply toilet paper. Because your finger goes through it. It's still just toilet paper, though. What have I walked into this time? Hello, Mr. Kachak. Hello, hello. Bolts, loads of moats, Arcano weave, and the 2-ply toilet paper. I guess these are the same. Equally, with a little bit more going on up here, these would be guaranteeable, so it seems to be balanced. The knowledge point requirements are pretty spicy, though. Sleepy puppy. Oh, yeah, Solo's asleep. Solo is chilling. He's snoring. Yeah, all tired out after stealing the chair, yeah, and eating the sofa. And, Amlams is tired too. He's listening, though. He's listening. Difference between some cheap extra paper and the softer. Yeah. Wiping your ass with a porcupine? Or wiping your ass with a softer porcupine? I don't know. I don't know where that analogy was going. Optional reagents. Using a couple of the bolts and then some of the basic rare. Where's the big consumer of this stuff coming from? What's consuming this en masse, or is this just going to end up stacking up and being really cheap again? So Akano Weave goes into the cool down bolts. It goes into one of the optional crafting reagents. That's very situational. And only uses 6 even then. Goes into it goes into the cape, which is often a common one. No, it doesn't. It's the bolts that go into the cape, but at least it creates demand for the bolts. That's the bolts again. All of this is just consuming the actual crafted bolts, not the raw farmable material. Okay, now these, the actual Akano Weave garments, are consuming 20 apiece. No, they're the bolts again. They're the bolts. Bell thread uses both the bolts and the raw cloth. Arcano Weave reagent rucksack. The Arcano Weave is going to be the cheaper of the two, isn't it? Because this is the reagent bag. Whichever is the one that makes the standard bag is where most of it gets consumed, right? Sunfire Silk backpack. 38 slot bag. Sunfire Silk bolts and 32 Sunfire Silk. So the low quality stuff goes into making these. The high quality stuff goes into... Okay, so Sunfire's the more expensive of the two. Have they done the only tailor's pickup cloth thing? They have, yeah. I'm sure there'll be some hyperspawn cheese to produce a bunch of it early days. Somebody finds something always. This looks like I'm already over the recipe difficulty. But don't forget you have to add your... What's it, 20... What's the recipe difficulty? Plus 20 for Mythic. Plus 20... Plus 5. So 25... You need 25 more than this in order to Mythicify it. So add 25 on top of this. Then put your proper profession gear on. And it balances out again. Nothing too much to say about these particularly. Where's the epic ones? These ones. Thalassian. These are the relatively recently added ones. Seems to... Are they all Moxie? Moxie, 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 Moxie. Pray for another cloth instance farm. I didn't thoroughly look. But I did test a few of the following missions to see if there was like a nice first room, pull it all, nuke it down, rinse and repeat. I didn't find anything super useful. But there's going to need to be some way to get cloth, because otherwise it will... I mean, cloth was... Having tailors be the only people to farm cloth did lead to cloth being pretty, should we say, above average in terms of price as far as materials go throughout the War Within. And that was with there being a way for people to sort of target farm it via follower dungeons if they wanted. And let's not forget Thaumaturgy was converting stuff into cloth as well to help keep the price in check. There's going to need to be some way that tailors can get their cloth reasonably efficiently, otherwise cloth prices could be a bit silly. I don't mind that. Well, this is new. These are all new. Just straight cosmetic items. They're all bind to warband though. They're not going to do anything for the economy. But they're new. And they all use an ungodly quantity of materials, look. If I could sell them, I'd be more interested. I'd be more interested if I could sell them, but if they're going to bind to Warbound, then learn at skill 50. What's the odds these end up being a way for you to level up like 50 to 80? What's the odds that crafting one of these gets you from like 50 to 80? And then you'll have potentially the Thaumaturgy's how I found Mr. Goldson's channel. Although you stream so early hours for me, it's hard. Yeah, I know my stream schedule's not ideal for anybody outside of... Well, it's not really ideal for anybody apart from me, but that's the reason I stream at this hour. Yeah, it's good for Team Australia. A pillow. A carpet that kind of looks like it's made of stone. Another pillow. Bed. I can say with some level of certainty that beds have been one of the worst selling crafted decor for me so far. Pair of curtains. Get your curtains out on stream. Oh, they seem to have an element of transparency to them. Is okay, sure. And a bag. Well, I'd say tailoring decor appears to be relatively weak so far. I mean, these are just not very inspiring unless you can use them for other stuff. Curtains, though, I see the curtains having some appeal to people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pieces of decor. Okay. Alright, well that's tailoring then. What were my notes on tailoring? Was there anything like super duper mega broken that I needed to look at in detail? Leveling to 100 was not possible in one sitting. Getting walled at about 60 to 70. 70 plus will require an auction house pattern or unlocking a final spec recipe. I wonder if that's why these have been added. I wonder if these work better to get you that sort of icky last stage. Very heavy, very high skill requirement on most crafts, and the plus skill is dotted all over the spec trees. Some crafts are needing over 250 knowledge points to be able to guarantee rank 5. Are we seeing things like flat skill? Gain 1 skill when crafting any midnight tailoring recipe per point in this spec. Gain 5 skill when crafting any midnight tailoring recipe. Okay, so you're still seeing pretty much mandatory filling of this entire tree to begin with. Plus 1 skill when crafting anything, so you also need mandatory points in fine arts still. I think it was the multi-craft one that had skill, like, yeah, here we go, plus 5 skill at the 30-point node in your resourcefulness. Flat out plus 1 skill when crafting anything. Plus 10 here. So mandatory, mandatory, mandatory. You can choose to ignore the inspiration node. Plus skill. Plus skill, mandatory. So you've got 30, 60, 90, 120. Plus 50 is 170. Let's call it nearly 200 points that are mandatory from these two trees to be able to reach skill difficulties before you've even put a single point in here. So yeah, it's still pretty much 200 knowledge points, almost minimum, before you can even consider making a piece of gear at top quality. 200, yeah. The funny thing is I haven't tested this yet, but I bet if you put 200 points in Fabric Specialist and Fiber Arts, and then put the absolute bare minimum to unlock, yeah, like Adherent Silken Shroud, right? Let's say you want to craft this recipe for everybody. Everybody wants their cloak. You probably wouldn't even need to max out your cloak tree. You'd put 200 points elsewhere, which would probably put you at the point where you'd be guaranteeing at quality 4. Yeah. If tailors are going to, anybody that wants to wear cloth or wants to buy the cape, your tailors are going to have, like, tailors don't have that much room to move. 200 odd points is going to push tailors to their limits to be able to get that for when people are going to start wanting it. I don't mind that though. Like an uphill battle is good for gold making. It means if you do, if you battle and you win the battle, you get lots of orders. If you get to be the person that can get 250 knowledge points, probably more than that, you might need 260, 200. You might need as much as 280 knowledge points to guarantee quality 5 cloaks. Which puts tailors in a position where if you can do that, that might coincide quite nicely when everybody gets their spark and wants to actually get that piece of gear. How is the system in Midnight? Not tested it yet. Same stuff as the War Within. It's kind of like when we went from Dragonflight to the War Within. At face value, it's mostly the same. But when you dig down into it, there's a few bits of nuance in there that is going to change the way that it feels quite dramatically. And there doesn't seem to be much synergy between the different professions either, which kind of means I can't really give that general, oh, it feels like this, because some professions are much better than others. But tailoring, if you are going the gear crafting route with tailoring, you are going to need to be hot on your knowledge point acquisition, because you're going to need a lot of them. 200 or so points to be able to start getting, like, properly good at crafting something. And that means you're certainly not going to have any spare points to be able to make the intermediate materials very well anytime soon either. If you are going the gear crafting route with tailoring, looking to fulfill work orders, that is your path for season 1. You're not going to be able to deviate even slightly from that path to maybe do, you know, some bolt crafting or something. You're going to have to either put the bolt crafting on alts, or you're going to have to buy your mats. With such high requirements, but it will all come together very quickly though when you do it though. You'll find that it will come together very quickly. Your first 200 or so points go into Fabric Specialist and Fiber Arts to chip away at all of the places where you get the skill that you're going to need. Then, from that point on, you just work on unlocking as many of these as you possibly can. It'll all come together quite nicely and quite quickly at the end, but you've got like 200 points you've got to grind through before you get anywhere. It's going to be a bit odd. Anyway, let's check the next profession. I only really wanted to give like 10 minutes to each profession today, and I'm overshooting on everyone. Leatherworking. Is it going to feel any better? Have we seen any updates with leatherworking? Materials are more tightly tuned this time, making them as difficult as basically everything else to craft. All can still be guaranteed though with a full build. Going to take about 150 Moxie each. So up to maybe 2,400 Moxie to buy all of the profession equipment patterns. Okay. So last time I noticed that for starters, there was absolutely nothing that stood out as you spend your concentration on this with leatherworking, by the way. Leatherworking could very much be dead as a dodo again for concentration builds. They put fucking moats on the drums. I've given feedback that this is a bad idea. Drums need to be cheap to counteract the fact that they're 10% worse. Otherwise, they're just dead on arrival. Drums also should act as a really good way to hoover up the low quality shit. So jacking their value up by putting moats and other stuff on them doesn't make any sense to me. Armor kits, clearly everybody is only going to want the high tier armor kits, and the high tier armor kits don't use any basic leather. They take one infused scale woven hide, which takes one scale woven hide and a bunch of other moats. The scale woven hide is just the rare hide or the rare plating. So the armor kits aren't taking any basic leather in any shape or form, which is an area you would have kind of hoped would be, you know, you would kind of hope that the armor kits, something that you'll sell to every character every season, would be a big consumer for the basic leather and hide. Doesn't look that way to me. the irony for me is that the basic leather doesn't really seem to have that much use at all, believe it or not. Your void tempered leather and your void tempered scales, whilst it'll be big business early for skinners, because everybody leveling up their leatherworking is of course going to use a whole bunch of it. But all they're doing is they're making dog shit that they're probably going to throw in the bin just for skill points. Once you have finished leveling leatherworking, there isn't really much consumption of the basic leather or scales, which is weird. Because it doesn't go into any of the consumable stuff. I mean, 10 per drum. Like I said, drums will be dead on arrival if they make them too expensive by putting moats on them anyway. Because you're already sacrificing 10% haste by using drums instead of having a class that actually can give you bloodlust or heroism. So they're situational at best to begin with. Yeah, Sindori bandings use a fur moat and a plate, which then gets used with yet more moats to make the devouring banding. Leatherworking uses more moats than it does actual leather. Very, very top heavy with its consumption of moats. One rare skinning material and the combination of 2 rare items. Not a single piece of leather or scale goes into making any of the intermediate. Super moat heavy. Now, the absolute dog shit, nobody buys it armor kit uses a lot of leather and a lot of scales. Like I mentioned, nobody cares about this one. Which ultimately means the only place the basic leather and the scales gets consumed is when people buy it for the purpose of filling a work order, which will be a one-time gig only for those that want a certain piece of gear. Which, of course, none of this will kick into play, really. None of this will really happen until people have already got into the raid and have started getting sparks. Now, the baby spark system, I need to look at engineering again to see if there's been any changes to this. The baby spark system started off looking really good because it was going to be potentially something that you could craft with engineering. You could then make yourself some early pre-raid endgame crafted gear, which would have really helped with the consumption of like materials for the endgame crafted stuff if people were going to craft a bunch of baby versions of them, pre-raid bis kind of style. But they've changed the name of Spark of Beginnings to Spark of Vanity. Last time I looked at it, they'd made it a rare, like a 3% proc on the recycling. Meaning that these things are going to be ludicrously expensive and annoying to get. Which makes me question just whether they'll be used by anybody at all ever. Or whether this could accidentally... This could be another one of those things that it started off as a good idea, but Blizzard balanced it to obscurity to the point where most people will ignore it. Where do you create the character to see the profession NPCs? You have to use the endgame realm. Xalatath's endgame realm or something. Yeah, so my slight concern for the purpose of skinning is that there'll be a gold rush on the leather and the scales in the first few days when everybody is leveling their leatherworking profession, because you go through a huge amount of this whilst leveling. The very second people finish leveling, boof, their need for this like disappears almost instantly. So you're going to have this scenario where leatherworkers are hoovering up all of these basic skinning materials for the first few days, and then they just slam on the brakes and stop buying it completely. And it'll be at that point the price of it will just drop off a cliff. Because skinners will still be out there thinking it's Christmas. And then the only time they'll and then they might not sell it for 2 weeks until people start getting sparks. And actually, so much of it is used in even the basic leveling gear. I don't think it will get consumed. I'm quite sure there'll be a cheaper way to make a blue that can then be disenchanted. Doesn't look like. I mean, you're going to need 30 pieces of leather to make a single set of braces to then disenchant to get crystals to then shatter to get dust. There's definitely going to be a cheaper way than this. That is unless that like drop off in demand for this stuff is so aggressive it pushes these to like 2 gold a piece within a couple of days. PvP gear though? We thinking the PvP gear is going to be a big consumer of it? Is it? PvP gear has that very early Season 1 freshly dinged level 90. Maybe you might put on a bit of this. Maybe. I still feel it's a bit of a... Well... Maybe. You might be right. Either way, the Galactic Aspirant and Gladiators heraldries, you'll be getting orders for those, or people will be crafting them themselves. Still not going to be materials that the leatherworker themselves is going to... I don't know. Maybe for Season 1. Maybe this will make the leather market not crash too aggressively. But your general leatherworker might not be... Profession gear might help though Season 1. Because every single crafter is going to at least buy some of this, I suppose, until they upgrade it. Because with the stat squish, you might not get away with using your War Within tools for more than about 2 minutes. You might very, very, very quickly look at getting a cheeky set of green fashion gear. That is if they fix it, because it all still says Kazalgar skinning. It's all still... none of this has been done properly yet. What's the decor looking like? Oh. Okay, well, that hasn't been implemented yet. We've got a rug. A canopy bed. Oh, beds historically have not done very well for me so far, but that is interesting enough that it might have some appeal to some people. Though it's very leafy. Shelves. Shelves are one of those decorative items that seem to have done all right so far. It's also one of those mid-tier cost ones, which have held out their price quite nicely. Looks like a rolled up piece of salami. Rug. And a chair. Well, if somebody's going for that Haranir style, then it fits the theme. 20 lumber chair means these are going to be 10 to 15k a piece, easy, if not more. Wait for the new avatar. Everybody will be making Haranir wood huts, maybe. Okay, most of my notes were leatherworking were actually based upon how to level it up, which I'm not going to test again right here, right now. But yeah, the craft shit, sell it on the auction house, you know, mass craft it style stuff. I worry about the profits just because it's so very, very, very moat heavy. There's no room at all for concentration to do anything interesting with the intermediates particularly. So once again, leatherworking is going to be pretty F tier for concentration. The armor kits being very moat heavy. Very moat heavy, because let's not forget, like, it doesn't look too moat heavy when you look at it at this, you know, but there's 10 moats here. The infused scale woven hide, though, is 8 moats by itself. So that's 18 moats for a single armor kit. You've also got the majestic hide in there, which is a skinning thing, but it's 18 moats. Does a Sindori armor banding take any moats at all? Another 2. 20 moats for a single armor kit. Puts it in line with, like, a regular enchant. 20 moats. 3 delve mats. 10 vendor materials. But, like, barely any actually leather. Like, basically no actual leather. Just lots of moats. Now, moats, you can't do anything clever with your concentration to, like, add value. Moats just are moats. Which basically means a market where you might have spun up a few leather workers to spit out some high quality armor kits probably isn't gonna be that lucrative for you. Rename it moat working. Yeah. Have you seen the engineering decor for Midnight yet? No, we've not got to engineering yet. Yeah, none of the reagent stuff that you might look at focusing a character towards mass producing and selling these. None of this fills me with too much confidence that there's going to be crazy money in this, just because he who gets his moats cheapest wins. Now, of course, early access to... It depends on how much knowledge points is needed to hit these thresholds, but it's probably better than what it was in the War Within. But it's still not anything overly exciting. Drums are too expensive to be useful. Armor kits take too many motes and not enough actual leather. So yeah, there's nothing to spend concentration on in leatherworking. Absolutely nothing. Not a bean. No sound on YouTube? What do you mean no sound on YouTube? Should be exactly the same sound minus the... There's no music on YouTube. There should be me and there should be game sound. Alright, let's check the next profession then. What have we got next? Inscription. Does Inscription have twice as many recipes? Twice as many decor recipes again? Sound is fine on YouTube. Thank you, boys and girls. Bit close. Back it up. My notes for Inscription were along the lines of that making everything was way too goddamn easy. 0 skill milling is an average of 17 pigments for every 10 herbs. Milling is an all or nothing spec. The path could do with some resourcefulness nodes to at least make it feeling like you're gaining something on your journey to max build. Okay, so I had concerns over this tree where nothing has changed. And okay, they still haven't changed it. 505, what a random ass odd number. Yeah, okay, Inscription is still really broken. Really broken. The recipe difficulty seems far, far, far too low. As you're practically able to guarantee top quality inks using mostly normal quality pigments. Don't forget that by the time you've got some profession tools and accessories up here, you'll be able to exchange even these pigments for normal quality ones and still be above the threshold. And that's even without me being... That's without me having the racial as well. Probably won't be able to exchange all of those. I could go down to 470. Well, it'd be 5 and 5. You could exchange out... Well, I mean, I guess you could keep that one full and just use low quality ones of those then, right? Yeah, if you had the racial... You had the racial and your profession tools and accessories, you'd basically be able to exchange out all but 10 of the pigments for low quality pigments, which is basically why Inscription is broken right now, and it definitely needs fixing. Your alternative is that you don't need to put any points in these 3 nodes at the end. So you could put 60 points... Get your skill and your tools and then put 60 points in here and you can mass produce everything with Inscription. Way too easy. In line with how leatherworking has felt for the War Within. That making the high quality stuff was so goddamn easy, it basically nuked any profit in the entire profession. So Inscription still needs some love. No changes there. Intermediates using moats. Ciphers themselves. Further intermediates using more moats. Inks don't use moats in themselves, but then the ciphers and the roots do. The fact that they've exchanged quite a lot of the materials that go into these for moats, though, is where it becomes a bit of a struggle for concentration again. There's no real value in making these with concentration because so few materials are quality-based materials. So even if they do fix the milling and the ink crafting, it's still not going to be much concentration value in the ciphers. I wonder if these work yet. Oh, the tooltips have changed on these. I'm guessing these are still broken. Two high quality inks to make a single card, nothing else. With what we've just said, that if it becomes really easy to make high quality inks because everything else before it, but if you can make high quality inks using mostly normal quality pigments, then your high quality inks and in turn your Dark Moon cards are going to be super cheap. Your Dark Moon cards are super cheap though. At least there's the possibility there, maybe possibly, for something relatively cheap to disenchant. Your Dark Moon trinkets would cost the equivalent of 16 inks. Because, you know, law of averages, by the time you've made enough of them, you'll have, you know, an equal number of each of the 8 cards. So 16 times an ink would give you the cost of a Dark Moon trinket. If the Dark Moon cards, if the inks, sorry, can be predominantly made with mostly quality 1 pigments, 20 quality 1 pigments. What did I say we were getting? With 0 skill, you were getting 17 pigments for every 10 herbs. So this is the equivalent of 10... Let's say this is the equivalent of 12 basic herbs at normal quality. Basic herbs at normal quality. And let's not forget this also then goes into making 2 inks. I can't see each ink costing more than about 150 gold. If an ink ends up costing you 150 gold, because you're mostly using low quality shit to make it, 150 times the 16, yeah, 2,500 gold for a Dark Moon card, Dark Moon trinket, which can then be disenchanted. So your crystals are going to be 1,500 gold to 10,000 gold. If it stays the way it is. Now it's a different story completely if they fix the milling and fix the inks. Depends what their plan is. Regarding whether the actual Dark Moon trinket procs are actually any good or not, I'm going to leave that up to the clever people who do sims and write the Wowhead guides and that sort of stuff, but it would be nice if they were. It would be nice if they were BIS, at least for 1 season. But historically, or at least in the last couple of expansions, Blizzard have really liked to put the best trinkets in the raid and make people work for them that way, rather than just craft them. Hunter bow. Inscription is responsible for the hunter bow. Hunter bow, two-handed agi staff, offhand, intellect offhand, two-handed intellect staff. I think engineers have been given a gun as well, by the way. We'll get to engineering in a minute. Missives. Missives, again, are one of those things that there is value in using concentration on the missives if and only if they make it so that high-quality inks are a bit more difficult to get. Or at least a little bit more expensive to get. But at the moment, there's too few materials for concentration to do anything particularly fancy on these. A way to fill a spec node with one click? No. Lots of clicking. Profession tools I'm almost not looking at because they all seem really broken still. But the recipe difficulties do seem to be balanced for these, even if the actual items themselves are still broken. Because if you add 40 onto that, which is what could be obtained from these, above the limit needed, by the time you've added an extra few points from your missive. Missive of crafting speed, that's funny. Where's the rest of the missives? Oh, they're down here. Missive of crafting speed. Good luck selling those. Books again. Books will be a good consumer of the low quality inks. They start to stack up and overflow. What's the decor looking like? Whoa! Yeah. Somebody at Blizzard's got a bit of a hard-on for Inscription, don't they? Because there's twice as much decor with Inscription every time. Oh. Oh, well, okay, I can click on it even though the item doesn't work. We still get a bench. Floaty book. Another floaty book. Enchanting had some floaty books. Okay, I sense a pattern here. Lots of books. Signpost. Haranir theming signpost. Zindorite bookcase. Pretty nice looking bookcase, to be fair. Some shelves with some stuff actually on them this time. A songwriter's quill. Nice little animation on that. Whoa, that looks like a big old bookcase. Huge. If you look at the scale of the books on that, that's huge. That's going to be a big boy bookcase, that one. 50 lumber. Could just be tiny books. A scroll without a pen doing pen things. The quill itself. A cass, like a barrel thing. And then a hanging scroll. Not bad, not bad. And then all PvP stuff again. Contracts, once again, fall into the category that, you know, some people did alright with contracts. contracts are going to need a balance, because as of right now, you can guarantee them pretty much. In fact, you can. By the time you got your profession tools and accessories, you can guarantee high quality contracts using only low quality inks. Basically means that high quality contracts will be exactly the same price as low quality contracts. And in fact, it wouldn't surprise me if it takes a week for the high quality contracts to be even cheaper than the normal quality contracts. It'll be completely backwards. So these are needing a rethink, but they're also very, they're using predominantly motes and only 2 inks. So it also doesn't fall into the category of concentration crafting, really. Especially if you can make them with low quality stuff. There's, your concentration does nothing at that point. Okay, jump on to the next profession. I'm seeing very, very little that's changed in the 3 weeks or so since I've last looked at these. It's been a couple of builds since the last time I've looked at these. I was really hoping for more changes. Seems to have been very, very few updates so far. Oh, we've got here alchemy. Now, alchemy is always huge. The fuck is that? Midnight Catalyst. That's broken. Okay, don't know what that's meant to be. They've split up recycling potions and recycling flasks? Why have they split those up? Okay. Why would you split those up? Stabilized derivatives. Okay. Composite flora. Composite flora only consumed in decor unless it's used somewhere. Oh wait, why did School of Gems randomly pop up? Okay. Composite flora, if it is only used in decor, there is absolutely no need for it to be high quality, because decor doesn't have quality. So yeah. Is this used in something else? This must be used in something else. It must be used in something outside of alchemy then. Composite flora. Reagent 4. Decor, School of Gems. Okay, it's occasionally used outside of alchemy. Herbalist backpack. 2 of it is needed by leatherworking. Alchemy hat. Okay. Interestingly, it is more heavily consumed in leatherworking than it really is in alchemy itself. Leatherworkers are going to be or leatherworking work orders, I should say. So the only people buying high quality composite flora is going to be people looking to order a piece of profession gear. Well, that doesn't really generate a very large market for that at all. 3 of it going into... Whoa, they've stacked the fish on this. Hang on, we'll look at the transmutes in a minute then. They've changed. They've changed. Are we still seeing a moat being used in every single potion? Well, to be fair, they've yeah, you get 1 moat gives you 5 potions. Plus or minus multi-craft resourcefulness, you get the the score, but irrespective, every press of the button consumes a moat. It's good that there's some things that don't use moats. This was a huge problem back in Dragonflight when we had the rousings and the awaken stuff. That there was basically never a time you could consume the basic. It basically meant that even a basic health potion was using rousings back in Dragonflight, which meant that the basic herbs just stacked up and up and up and up and up. And even to this day, Hock and Bloom is probably one of the cheapest herbs because it's just never, ever, ever had anywhere to go. It's always been held back by the price of the rousings. This might mean that people can use the low-quality Tranquility Bloom, craft a bunch of shit that then can maybe be recycled into, salvaged into this stabilized derivative. Or wherever this is then used. Can't remember. I think this is used in the transmutes, isn't it? But moats being used everywhere. I mean, that's clearly not finished. 5 vendor mats. Cost of 5 vendor vials gives you a health potion. It's a bit broken, isn't it? Stabilized derivative is then used in the cauldrons. What else is it used in? Cauldrons and the transmutations. Finesse, ingenuity, and perception vials. Oh, interesting. They've stacked a bit of crafting speed on this. Meaning even though you probably don't care so much for the ingenuity, if these end up being cheap enough, you might use them for the crafting speed. Probably not at this price because they use moats again. Vial of Finesse. Oh, increases your Finesse by 38 and your Deafness by 11. Wombo combo. They both give you 11 Deafness, but you can choose Perception or Finesse. Alright, sure. Midnight stacking heal flask. Well, the flasks have got names now, at least. Okay. They've got names, but they don't make sense. Haste by 151 only uses 2 different herbs. Haste, Mastery, Crit, Verse. Verse, which historically is the least consumed flask. Crit and haste are the top two by far. Bit of mastery floats in there from time to time as well. Verse, on the other hand, is usually the least interesting or the least popular of the flasks. Is then the one that uses all 4 of the herbs. And so in turn will then result in being the most expensive. This kind of material layout is what you'd expect on like a big primary stat flask. You know, chaos flask styly. So I guess there's still quite some work to do on these before they're finished. Because for now they just don't make sense. If anything else, they just need to take 2 of the... If they don't make a chaos flask equivalent, they just need to take 2 of the materials off the verse one. Makes no sense the verse one would end up costing a lot more. Alright, sure. Flask of Honor that doesn't have a tooltip that says what it actually does. Yeah, there's lots broken with alchemy, isn't there? Bouquet of herbs. So your stabilized derivative is going to go into School of Gems, Box of Rocks, Herbs, and then the transmutes are the motes. And these are still a 10-to-1 without a cooldown? A 10-to-1 without a cooldown that clearly are going to need concentration to be used on them to be... Because, in fact, no, why would you use concentration on them? It makes absolutely no sense. Because motes don't have... Yeah, okay. So much with alchemy is broken still. So much is broken. There's no need to be able to use concentration. Because motes don't have quality. If it is still 10 energy motes in to 1 mote out, and dead on arrival if they say, okay, this is all broken. All wrong. What does Bouquet of Herbs do? Give me a few of these. See if they've made any changes to what pops out of these when you craft them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at normal quality. What do we get? 16 Tranquility Bloom and 8 Azerroot. 19 Tranquility Bloom and 9 Azerroot. 18 Tranquility Bloom and some Argent Leaf. So it's between 16 to 19 Tranquility Bloom each time, and then 9 or 10 of a rare herb. Sorry, an uncommon herb. Yeah, this is where maybe some concentration could be thrown at it, possibly with alchemy. Let's see if high quality bouquets dish out high quality herbs. Oh my god, that's me. All I did was move the fucking thing. I don't want to save it as a layout. Yeah, okay. These then spit out high quality. That at least means that bouquets, boxes, and schools have potential for concentration. 18 plating, 18 hide. Holy. Are they expecting these to stack up to the hills and be basically free again? Clearly. I mean, 20 dust and 4 shards in for 14 basic herbs and 6 uncommon herbs out. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't even seem to be guaranteed high quality, because now it gave me normal quality. Normal quality Tranquility Bloom and high quality Sanguithorn. Normal quality and high quality. High quality, but then normal quality. Okay, it still seems relatively random. I never got, for reference, I never got high quality out of the basic ones, though. So it looks like if you make a high quality bouquet with your concentration, there is at least the chance for it to spit out some high quality stuff. But it's not a guarantee. But no cooldown on this, at least so far. Your limitation will be your concentration, I guess. Or will it? Because some profession tools and accessories up here will push you past the 465. If there's no guarantee that you get high quality out of it, you're probably never going to want to put high quality in it, are you? Let's think about that for a minute. Unless something's going really crazy with the prices. Even if you can guarantee high quality bouquets out, the fact that it will require you to put high quality in without the guarantee you get high quality out means it's very, very situational to whether you'll do it. It's going to require one material to be way, like, it requires shards and dust to be significantly cheaper than the herbs, which is not a thing I expect to happen, due to the fact that any dust at high quality is going to have only come from somebody mass disenchanting, which is far more tedious of a process than flying around picking up herbs, hence why dust and shards are always more expensive. So this doesn't hold much value for me in its current form. Box of Rocks, on the other hand, could have potential. I wouldn't say it's going to have much potential early on in the expansion, but as we know, the quote-unquote rare plate and hide doesn't stay rare for very long. Often ends up stacking up so high with no significant use for it that it gets very, very cheap. If that then starts to get very, very cheap, then you start spinning it into boxes of rocks instead. Can I grab some mats for this to try and... need some fantastic furs. Some fantastic furs. Oh, you need 8 for each one. Stabilized derivative and void tempered plating and void tempered hide. Let's make 5 normal ones. So our normal boxes of rocks. 20 refulgent ore and 9 brilliant silver ore. Well, now that's interesting, because it gave high quality brilliant silver ore. That's the first time a normal transmute has given us a high quality output. Haha, again, same scenario. Okay. Third time in a row we got high quality uncommon ore. Uncommon, uncommon. Uncommon. Sorry, normal quality, high quality. Okay, that's weird. That already seems to work differently to the herbs. What about if we make some high quality ones? It's not exactly scientific, mind, but... Oh, I'm not going to have enough concentration to make 5 of these, am I? Hey, ingenious breakthrough. Give me a few more of them. Out of mats. And out of concentration. 15 seconds. Could be an item on vendor to restart. Yeah, it's this one. It's the Pentagon thing. For some reason, they decided to put 2-minute cooldown on a test item. And it doesn't actually do what it says it does. It says it gives you full concentration. It doesn't. It gives you 500. This item was created back in the War Within beta for when you actually only got 500 concentration. Fun facts. Right, now let's see if these give high quality outputs guaranteed. No. These seem to be equally as random as non-high quality, as normal quality ones. Ratios of ore seems to be roughly the same. Okay. I mean, these do feel like mini thaumaturgy. No cooldown on them, which as of right now is kind of interesting. One of those things, I don't think it's going to be something you're going to throw. I can't see any reason right now to actually bother pushing them to high quality if the output is random enough anyway. Which in turn means there isn't much sense to use concentration on them because you're not gaining anything. So either high quality transmutes should guarantee high quality mats in there. I don't know, there's some work to be done. School of Gems is an interesting one because it depends what fish does. It's a lot of fish, mind. 20, 32, 36 fish. 36 fish to make some gems. Thaumaturgy without the 156 previous steps. Well, it's not that different to thaumaturgy, really. You're breaking down one material into another. You're just not getting the transmutagens. Nor do you probably have the entire spectre to back it up. Although you do have a transmutation tree, so it's probably a little bit easier. It's just, you know, miniaturized. Miniaturized and nowhere near as clever because it's not circular, right? It's not circular. You can turn dust into herbs. You can't then turn herbs into anything else. There's no way to transmute herbs into something interesting. Other than this... Okay, ignore me. Other than the wondrous... It's still not a circular system, though. That's my point. You can take dust and you can turn it into a random selection of herbs. Well, it's not even that random. It's normal herbs. It's the Tranquility Bloom plus some of something else. Fish going into making gems is an interesting twist, though. It uses the composite flora, which we decided was a bit weird. Because it uses 8 motes to make 2 composite flora. So 4 motes per composite flora. 4 motes for a single composite flora, and it requires 3. So that's the cost of 12 motes. The cost of 12 motes plus all of the fish to get some gems out of it. I can't see this being profitable ever. I cannot see this being profitable ever. Even if the fish are free, the motes alone are going to make this dead on arrival. Can I buy fish off any of these vendors to test this? I bet I can't. But no way 12 motes is ever going to be cheaper than a splattering of ore. What do I need? Trout?
Goodbye.
Usually one of these
Do you have any news?
Speak quickly. Anyone hungry?
You sell any fish? Not the fish I need.
Don't forget
Okay, I can't test that then because I can't buy any fish, I don't think, unless you happen to magically have fish. It's not looking good, is it? No. Do you sell a bag of fish? Minerals, skins, herbs, general goods, professionally, tailoring. No, it doesn't look like there's any way to get... Doesn't look like there's any way to get any fish. What about the actual alchemy bag? Does an alchemy bag have any fish in it?
Go in peace.
No. The alchemy bag doesn't have fish in it either. Okay, well we can't test that one then. But my simple napkin maths kind of tells me that the chances of you ever being able to craft this profitable is super duper mega slim. Unless it has so many goddamn gems, it's like broken. And the fact that it will only be the high quality gems that will really hold any value anyway. The low quality ones will just be cannon fodder for dusting. Okay. Wondrous Synergist takes some of all of the herbs, has the opportunity for quality, is limited by the amount of crafts that can be done, and is then used in what? Cauldrons? You need 4 of them for a single cauldron. You get 4 crafts and you get 1. Does that mean a single alchemist has the ability to only make 1 cauldron a week? On a self-sufficient basis, excluding procs? Not to mention the Wondrous Synergist seems to show us having quality there. So, with so little crafts available, what's the cooldown on these, do we think? I need some more stabilized derivative. Which comes from smushing shit, right? Given some tools up here, we would be guaranteeing high quality. can I don't have low quality mana lily. Indication being that if you choose to throw some concentration at this, it could cost you nearly 400 concentration. It'd be slightly less. It'd be probably 350 concentration if you were using all quality 1 materials and you added tools. Let's just say 333. That still means once every 4 days you can only craft 3 of these with concentration. 4 crafts available. If I make them all, it'll tell me what the cooldown is. 8 hours, 34 minutes. So is that 4 a day? It looks like. Or 3 a day. 8, 16, 24. Looks like you can make 3 a day. And you can store up to 4. Interesting. Hello, what's all this racket? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, boys and girls. Thank you very much for the raid, Bear. Didn't know you were streaming today. Hope you had a good stream. If you need to raid and run, I fully understand. But welcome in, boys and girls. You've caught me just poking around the professions. Surprise, surprise. Trying to figure out if they've changed anything on the beta in the last couple of builds. Seeing where the cash moolah can be made. Welcome in, boys and girls. Hope you had a good stream with Bear. If people want a quick TLDR on what we've done so far, I've been going through some of the professions, mostly looking at sort of options to use your concentration on, because that's a very easy way for people to make gold. Where can you quickly set up a profession? Where can you use some concentration that will, you know, give you a little bit more gold out than you put in? There isn't too many options in too many of the professions yet, but there's also a lot that's still very broken by the looks of things. So we're trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. I can't hear you as I can't wear a headset as I'm a snowman. Sent you a photo. Need to raid and run as my landlord and plumber. Need to meet your landlord and plumber dressed as a snowman. Wait, hold up. Hold on. Oh, best dressed as a snowman. Or snow woman. Or snow person if we're going to go gender neutral. Oh, chat, you have to see this. This is outrageous. Well, very frosty. I like the hat, you know. The hat is a stroke of genius. Stroke of genius. Love that. Very frosty today. Bit of a short temper on her, I bet. Bit of a snow bear. Very nice. We've been looking at alchemy, because alchemy often has transmutes and stuff that sometimes are good ways to make a little bit of a gold. In the War Within, we had thaumaturgy, which a lot of people complained was overly complicated. So they've got rid of thaumaturgy. I liked the complication, though, but that's because I'm weird. The complication to me meant that I could figure the maths out and make some gold from it, which I did for most of the expansion, but they've got rid of thaumaturgy and they've made things a little bit simpler. You now just take some materials and you convert them into a box of other materials. You can take dust from enchanting, you can take a few bits of leather from skinning, or you can take some fish and you can convert it into either gems or herbs. There's also the Wondrous Synergist. Any of you in a guild that is responsible for bringing the cauldron for the rest of the guild when you go raiding, get comfortable with making some of these. Looks like you can make 3 a day. You need 4 of them to make a single cauldron, though. You can't turn up on raid night and quickly make these. You're going to have to be a little bit more prepared. What's the decor looking like? Everybody loves a bit of decor. Can you scale that up and make it like a ridiculous bubble bath? Maybe. It's difficult to get an idea of what the scale of this sort of stuff's meant to be. Haranir preserving agent. A pot of pink goo? Anybody interested in buying a pot of pink goo? It looks like shiny Calpol. What you feed kids when they're ill. You need a banana for scale next to the stuff. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, I mean, I can zoom in and out, but that don't mean shit, does it? Any Blackwood nut samples? Not so far. A shiny egg. Root-bound vat. Looks Haranir cooking pot styly. Once again, pink on the inside. Fountain. Oh, we can't see the fountain. The fountain doesn't work yet. And a sun smoke sensor. Oh, this looks like one of those silly incense stick smelly things. Not too much there that looks like I'll be able to sell it for much. Are any of them? Whoa, the fountain's 40 lumber. 12 lumber, that's cheap enough that people might care about it. What kind of goo is it? The question. Looks, this one, look, actually. I've realised what this is now. This is tubby custard, isn't it? This is what Nunu eats. This is tubby custard. Anybody not from the UK now thinks I've absolutely lost the plot. Okay. And then, of course, continue to make the dyes. Okay, that's alchemy then. Not too much more about alchemy then. I have got a few more professions to do, but I actually can't stick around for too much longer today. I know everybody's just turned up from Bear's stream, but I've probably only got time to have a little bit of a look at one more profession. Although I've only got 2 to do. Can we speed run these last 2? Engineering and blacksmithing? Yeah, let's see if we can speed run these a little bit. That's it. It felt familiar. Yeah, tubby custard. Poppy Cam. Oh, you found Sulla. Sulla's fast asleep. Where's the other one? She's over there. We'll see the puppies, boys and girls. Get your puppies in big screen. This is Sulla. Some of you coming in from Bear's stream might not have seen my new puppies. This is Sulla. He's the newest addition. And then over this way, in the distance over there, hard to see to be fair. Not exactly ideal camera footage here, but Alma and Sulla. They're brother and sister. Almost 6 months old. They're 6 months old on Christmas Day, actually. 25th. These are my 2 new puppies. I accidentally bought my 3-year-old kid sugar-free Calpol and it's not pink. He refused to have it because it looked different. Oh, God. Well, stay ill then, you little brat. You do a nice thing. You do a nice thing. Unbelievable kids these days. Right, engineering. What we got going on in engineering? Recycling is still a thing again. Recycling. We figured out last time, this was a couple of weeks ago, that recycling is predominantly going to be the way, well, it's the way you learn new recipes, but more interesting than that, long term, is that it's the way that you get the baby sparks that aren't called baby sparks anymore. They're called sparks of vanity. They've changed. These things, spark of vanity. Set the starting item level to 1 and mark it as vanity crafted. Let's hope it's not item level 1. That really does make it a vanity item, doesn't it? Well, let's hope that's placeholder then. This unique crafting material creates a beautiful cosmetic piece of equipment for your collection. Oh shit, they really have changed these. Oh god, please hold. Is the cosmetic item sellable? Vanity crafted, bind to warbound until equipped. Ah, it's not tradable. Oh, that's very interesting though. Oh, that changes the game. I need to be able to make a proper endgame piece of gear. Ah, it's annoying they're warbound though. Ah. The sugar-free one sent my kid up the wall. Sometimes the suffering is more bearable. Oh lord. Didn't believe it was Calpol. I can understand that. Anything for his quiet life. When I got the pink Calpol. Sometimes you gotta, ain't you? Oh, I'd have loved it if these were sellable. Give me some motes real quick.
Looking for something special?
Welcome, friend.
Oh, can I buy these on any... I can buy those on any class now. Okay, I hadn't put 2 and 2 together with those. I'd seen that they changed them from Sparks of Beginnings. This though means that those... Oh god, imagine if they were sellable. They absolutely should let you put those on the auction house. That would change the game for crafting. Genuinely. No word of a lie. That would change the game if they allowed you to put those on the auction house. That would then be the best of both. Like, people have always said, oh, we don't want crafters selling mythic gear on the auction house. Pay to win. But if you can slap in some vanity sparks, create the cosmetic version of the piece of gear, and then sell the cosmetic item, that would be awesome. That would mean everybody that tinkers with professions has another way. It's just another option to make things that are of value to other people. Locking them down to being warbound, though? Until equipped. I don't understand what it means until equipped.
Money, friend.
Give me some motes. Why is it not just... Is it because it's classed as a piece of gear? It probably is, isn't it? So if I make a set of these with vanity sparks, I mean, at that point, I see now that's interesting as well, because at that point, your skill and or your quality just does not matter. You have no desire to make these at high item level then, which would then also double up as a really good way to also consume a bunch of the cheaper materials that just end up stacking up. You don't need secondary stats, you don't need any of this business going on. But if you can create it to Okay, well, it's still clearly work in progress because they get spat out. They get spat out with quality on them, which doesn't really matter. But then you can... They're actually quite cool goggles. They are like legitimate sunglasses. Then you get a...
I can't use that.
You don't have the required proficiency for that. Oh, of course I don't. Oh, that would be really cool if we could put those on the auction house, Blizzard. Right, feedback time. Feedback time. Please, for the love of everything, allow me to put... They would be really cool. Admit it's a bug. Clearly a bug. Because these Sparks of Vanity are warbound as well. This still means there's the possibility that you're going to want a pocket engineer. If you're somebody that cares about transmog, you're going to want a pocket engineer to be able to recycle a bunch of shit. To be able to get these Sparks of Vanity, because these are also warbound. Meaning you also have to farm these. So that you can then send them off to all of your other characters with their professions to get all of the transmog from all the crafted gear. I think the best direction they could take is to just make these sellable. I cannot see a downside to doing that. People can still do it themselves if they want to. But it adds a whole new twist to collecting. It's a huge collection opportunity. It's a massive opportunity to do everybody a solid. That would be really good from a goal-making perspective. If you could put these on the auction house, and fucking nobody would complain. Nobody has the right to complain because it's just cosmetic. Okay. Well, it still feels like it's work in progress anyway, because they spit out with quality. So hopefully there's... And it also came out with only 70 out of 100 durability, which is very odd. But at least they... At least there's some things are going to have to be changed about this before they're quote-unquote finished anyway. So hopefully one thing they can change is by making them BOE. That'd be really cool. Okay, let's not get too obsessed with something that may or may not actually ever happen. Parts haven't changed. Still looks to be relatively challenging to actually reach the threshold on these. Even if I had a full 40 points up here, it's going to be really difficult to make these at top quality without concentration. Okay. I've not filled out my full spectry on this character. Might still be places to put some points then. Evercore Soul Sprockets. Wormhole Generator is back. Some optional reagents. Where's the gun? Somebody said engineering's had a gun added to it. Huge amounts of material, huge amounts of gear that engineering has the chance to make. Oh, let's have a little look at the tools and accessories real fast. Do these all use the same mats? Yeah, we were talking earlier about accessories having the option to put a missive on them. That just seems to be another thing about the profession tools and accessories that's just bugged so far. That doesn't seem to make a blind, like, because you don't have the option to put it on these. The only ones you can put it on is the tools, look. Where's the epic ones? Oh, decor. What we got here? Well that's... Okay. A lamp. A lamp. A floaty crystal jobby. These don't feel very engineering. Rendori crafting framework. Lamppost. I mean, that's quite cool. A telescope. Projector. And a warp orb. None of this feels very engineering-y. These wouldn't feel out of place in enchanting or something. None of these feel handcrafted by goblins, you know? Either way, I'll take them. I'll take them. Guns, look. Here we go. PAL 3. Okay, so now engineers do have the gun back, but they are at least in competition with the bow for scribes this time round. Marksman hunters tend to prefer a gun. Beastmaster hunters tend to prefer a bow. Don't know why. But at least there's choice now. I do think engineers, even though they'll be happy to see that they craft the gun again, will be sad to know that they are going to be in competition with scribes, though. Evercore Dome Dinger. Okay, but a gun is useful. Bunch of random PvP gear. Oh, here's all of the epic stuff. Yeah, once again, all using fused vitality. You want your epic profession gear? You better go do the abundance system. At least a little bit. I mog my guns 2 bows. Well, yeah, whichever way works. Whichever way works. Okay, well, I haven't actually fully spec'd out and properly tested engineering by the looks of things. I've still got lots to play with. That's not today's task, though. Today's task was to quick fire through them and see if much of anything has changed. This vanity crafted warbound cosmetics, though, is kind of cool. I just really hope they open that up and let us sell that shit. That's like, oh my god. Imagine if the, oh my god, it's so needs to happen. If every single piece of crafted endgame gear could be sold as a vanity item on the auction house. Oh, like, that would be the new thing in Midnight to actually maybe get excited about the professions for. Because they would, by being BOEs, would also then be listable on individual servers rather than on the region-wide as well. Oh, it'd be so good. That would be so good. Be Shadowlands legendaries on crack. Without the player power to annoy everybody. Right, we'll check blacksmithing then. The last profession I need to have a little bit of a look at today. What were my notes on blacksmithing from a few weeks ago? I don't think I made many notes on blacksmithing. In fact, I'm not sure I made any notes on blacksmithing. Leveling is currently just mass crafting of the hammers. These grant points all the way to 100. 1,500 copper. Kind of too easy for a quote-unquote finished leveling path. Okay. So this is one of those things I expect them to change. We leveled up by just making these all the way. Which is probably why I have bags full of them. Yeah, that don't make sense. You make 2 of them? Oh no, that's the repair hammer. What did I make? The blacksmithing hammer. Either way, yeah, that sounds too easy for a leveling system. Sterling alloy is properly called sterling alloy now. They've chose a name and they've stuck with it. Good to see. This is a little scary. That copper ingots can be basically guaranteed at top quality without any real profession tools or accessories. I've got 8 points here. You can get up to 40 points here. Now, I guess it doesn't matter all that much, but what it will mean is that you won't need to spend as many knowledge points. And I already vaguely remember that getting alloys was stupid easy. Yeah, 30 points. 30 points is all that is needed to get, like, basically BIS. 30 points allows you to mass produce copper ingots. And by the time you put all the points in here, or by the time you get some more profession tools, you'll be able to start swapping out high quality copper for low quality copper to save even more. Yeah, I remember this. Copper ingots were just dumb level easy to make. And it's true for all of them, look. If you have what's referred to as a full build for your profession, 100 points up here and then 40 points from your profession tools and accessories, you'll blast past this recipe difficulty. So yeah, alloys were very competitive at the beginning of the War Within. Very skinny margin on mass producing ingots and alloys. It doesn't look any better in the War Within. You're gonna really have to fight over the sales on these, because don't forget these go on the region-wide auction house as well. You're competing with everybody. Absolutely everybody. 2k gold from the remix transfer. Goal making opportunity. I don't know how many ults you've made on remix, but the interesting thing will be is that a that's probably a level 80 only character, right? I don't think you're going to be able to make a level 10 and get 2,000 gold. Otherwise, fill your accounts, go. That's what, 140,000 gold for an empty account? Not worth the effort. Look, because imagine if you could make all of the weapons. Imagine if you could make all of the armor, like the cosmetic variants. Oh, it'd get me so juicy inside.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
Imagine you could make cosmetic variants of this. And then finally, crafters who don't want to fuck about with work orders have a reason to care about making endgame gear. Especially when it comes to like all the weapon appearances and stuff. If you could sell cosmetic variations of all of these. There's already a dye system in place too. I mean, that would be the cherry on top, wouldn't it? If you could then also change the colours of the cosmetic versions of them as well. Oh look, these are gold and they've even got a shine to them. They even glimmer, they're like properly gold. Oh, it's only the shoulders though. The shoulders have a proper shimmer to them. One's the shoulders. Oh, if you could make a cosmetic version, it would be so cool. I mean, you can obviously make them for yourself, but it'd be so cool if you could also sell them. Dyeable Mog, oh my god, yes please. Yeah, people would lose their minds. Oh, we're halfway there. We're genuinely halfway there. Do it, Blizzard, do it. Make my day. Give us cosmetic variations of every single piece of endgame crafted gear in Midnight. That would give me... Oh my god. What's the decor looking like? Hang on, where'd you go? An anvil. Be very cool if it worked as one. A curtain rail or something? Hanger thing? Crafting hammer. There was other ones that had animations to them. Few pieces of decor. Just in a meeting, just came back. What did I miss? The Sparks of Beginnings. The engineer, what I used to call baby sparks, have been changed. They're now called Sparks of Vanity, which sets the item level to 1 and marks it as vanity crafted. So it's a way for you to craft an endgame piece of gear without using a spark to give yourself the appearance. Now, that in itself is really quite cool for people that want to harvest all of the transmog from the professions without the need of sparks. But what would be even cooler is if you could sell them. So then people didn't have to do the legwork themselves. I mean, it's like I said, it's pretty big that you can make cosmetic variations of every piece of endgame gear anyway. But it would be double big if you could then make these as like cosmetics that could be listed on the auction house. Because, you know, it's only cosmetic. People can't complain like a bitch if it's only cosmetic. People hated Shadowlands Legendaries because they hated the fact that people could sell player power and make gold off it. Those same people can't mutter a word if it's just the cosmetic variations. But if it's a value for you to spin up your profession and craft the cosmetic variation of it yourself, it's might also be of value to you to just pay for somebody else to have done it for you. It also does create an interesting scenario that it would allow for a lot of the low tier materials to be consumed by people making the cosmetic variations, because you've got no requirement to put high. If it's just to make a cosmetic item, you put normal quality mats throughout. You make it as cheap as you possibly can. Oh god, I hope they make these BOE. I can, for some degree, understand why they've made them warbound. But considering the sparks are warbound in the first place, the fact that you can't mass produce the sparks as well. I need to go back to engineering in a minute. I need to see if these are any easier to get. These were like a 3%. What did I mathed it out, didn't I? Baby sparks were random chance from recycling, about a 3% chance from my small test. So these aren't going to be particularly cheap to produce in the first place, by the way. If you've got to recycle 100 things to just get 3 of them, these aren't going to be particularly cheap or even free. But the fact that you'll be able to cheap out and use just normal quality everything else, you can spend a bit more on a purchasable spark. Now, these are warbound, so you can't, but it would be really, really... I don't mind if they keep these warbound. Everybody that would want to craft and sell the cosmetic versions of the endgame gear would need to have an engineer that would get very good at... producing these efficiently. Or there'd be all the sorts of trying to figure out which is the best thing to recycle to get your sparks of vanity at the best price. Having these warbound I don't see as a problem at all. But then make the cosmetics BOE. That'd be really cool. Which cosmetic variant is it though? Is it the normal, heroic, or the mythic? Well, at the moment, it doesn't allow you to put a heroic or a mythic Dawncrest in, meaning the cosmetic is probably only going to be the normal variation. Now, if they also made the cosmetic variation the mythic one, because it's going to be that if you collect the mythic appearance, you get the appearances from the easier difficulties, isn't it? They could make the vanity ones the mythic appearance, make them BOE, let people sell them. Oh, it'd be so good. It'd be so good. I think the crafted ones only have 1 appearance. I don't even know. I don't even know if they have a different appearance when you infuse them.
Interesting. Have a good one.
I can't use that item yet.
What brings you here? Walk with the Earth Mother.
So... Oh, wait, if we put regular spark in there... Was 60 hero dawn crests, 60 what? Oh, I've got 50.
I have just
Why do you not even sell me enough to make one item?
Greetings, traveler.
Yeah,
Who sells
what do you
them?
want? Be good.
It's not ready yet.
I mean, it's not ready yet, shush.
It's still recharging.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any difference in appearance of the crafted gear, depending on what item level you craft it at. But that still doesn't change the fact I'd really love the vanity crafted ones to be BOE. Copium. Yeah, that'd be real juicy. That'd be real juicy if you could create, if these turned out BOE. Then think how much opportunity there is for crafters to then take this endgame gear. Sure, people can come along with their sparks of radiance and you can fill work orders all day long. But supplementary to that, you could buy up and focus on getting the cheapest possible materials you could. Use your engineer to get some sparks of vanity to then go out and craft cosmetic variations which you could sell on the auction house. If nothing else, to supplement your income from work orders. Oh, the copium! Do the right thing, Blizzard. Do the right thing. Make them BOE. Make them BOE. Simply because nobody can complain because it's just cosmetic. Even though I know that argument is full of bullshit, but they trying to encourage the work orders, maybe? Well, you're not going to see work orders with these, I imagine. I don't think you can use sparks of vanity in a work order. Or can you? You can use sparks of vanity in a work order. You might see a lot of people putting in low quality, cheap, easy work orders just to get the cosmetic appearances. I would still rather they just make them BOE. Oh, hello, new loading screen. The average mod collector won't have simple access to the sparks of vanity in the first place. Well, that's probably true because you're going to need an engineer to recycle stuff to get them in the first place. But you never know. I mean, it's cool all the same, even if you can put work orders in for them. But I would much rather they just make the cosmetic items BOE.
Are you planning a purchase?
So, let's say I wanted a weapon, a ranged gun. Where's Pew 3? Okay, Pew 3 hasn't made it to the list yet. Oh! You can, Slam. You can place work orders for the vanity versions, look. You can place a work order for the vanity ones. Well, that definitely pushes a new angle. You're right that most normal Joes are not going to particularly have access to Sparks of Vanity. But it's still a thing. It's still another reason to place a work order. More than anything, it's another reason to use a public work order. The issue we've seen with public work orders is because they refuse to give people the ability to put quality on them, that most people just flat out don't use them. At least this way, you might see more public orders for people trying to gain the vanity equivalents. You might see... I mean... Like I said, it's still a little bit hit and miss. Is there maybe value then in making the Sparks of Vanity tradable? So that somebody can, in theory, buy the Sparks of Vanity, buy the material... Like, somebody can go to the auction house, buy everything, and then place an order for the cosmetic version? I think at the very least, they should probably make these tradable. If engineers are going to be able to produce them, at least let engineers sell them. So then people can easily buy them to get vanity versions of the endgame gear for the appearances. Or the alternative is let the vanity versions of the items be tradable on the auction house. Listable on the auction house. You could still have people come along and place work orders for them. That's kind of cool. This makes zero sense. If I have an engineer, I don't need to make a work order. I don't... Well, you might have an engineer, but you might not have a tailor, a blacksmith, a leather worker. If you collect the transmog and you want the vanity appearances of all of the crafted endgame gear, but you don't have the relevant professions, you might still have an engineer to get the vanity sparks. It's definitely still work in progress, and I do think there is some change to it that needs to be done. Because realistically, at the moment, you absolutely have to have an engineer to use this system. You can't place a work because the Sparks of Vanity are warbound. So you absolutely have to have an engineer to interact with this. So I think they got to lift that restriction a little bit. But they either lift the restriction by making these tradable on the auction house, so engineers can make them and sell them, and everybody else can buy them. And everybody else will buy them like they buy all the materials, and they can then place a work order at the very least for a vanity cosmetic version of a piece of endgame gear. Idea of the vanity spark is perfect. The way you get the spark, though, go back to the drawing board, otherwise it's pointless. I think it's fine if engineers make them, but I then think engineers should be able to sell them to everybody else. I don't think everybody should need a pocket engineer to generate these to then be able to interact with the system at all. Or my first and my favourite option is just let every profession make vanity versions of these and let them sell them on the auction house. Every crafter that then has endgame crafting professions will let the crafters have the pocket engineers. Let them do what they need to do to generate the sparks of vanity via engineering. And then let them use them to create the cosmetic base variants that can then be sold. Can you order a spark of vanity? No. You can't place an order for one because it's not a direct craftable item. It's a... Well, last time I checked, it was about a 3% proc chance from recycling on engineering.
May my goods serve you well.
Oh, they're onto something though, aren't they? They're onto something with that. They're onto something. I would like to see.
High mountain stands.
I would like to see a few subtle changes, but they're definitely onto something. That's kind of cool. Right, I'm going to simmer on those ideas and those thoughts. And I'm going to leave it there for today, boys and girls. I've streamed definitely longer than I was meant to. I've also got dogs telling me it's dinner time now. So I must go either way. But boys and girls, thank you for joining today. I appreciate it. If you joined in with Bear's Raid, thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. It's Wednesday, isn't it? So yeah, Thursday tomorrow. I have no idea what's going on tomorrow. Absolutely no idea what's going on tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see. That's really left you on a cliffhanger. Boys and girls, thank you for sticking by. Is there anybody that we can share the love with and send you on to? My problem I have when I finish my stream is that I basically know zero people online at this time of day. Zero people who would actually appreciate a raid anyway. I mean, I could obviously throw you over to anybody big, but I'll let you guys decide where you're off to. Boys and girls, thanks for sticking by. Appreciate it. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace. Doggos say bye. Woof woof.